Good morning. His Excellency, Mr. Martin Roper, Governor of the Cayman Islands, the Honourable Wayne Panton, the Premier and Minister for Sustainability and Climate Resiliency, Judge Margaret Ramsey-Hale, representing Chief Justice, the Honourable Sabrina Turner, Minister of Health and Wellness, and Chief Officer Nellie Pucci, the Honourable Andre Ebanks, Minister for Investment, Innovation and Social Development, Ms. Heather Bodden, MP and Parliamentary Secretary for Social Development, members of the Mental Health Commission, members of the Alex Panton Foundation Board, distinguished guests, sponsors, speakers, delegates, and to the online audience, welcome. My name is Lizette Yearwood. I'm a founding member of the Alex Panton Foundation, and it is my pleasure to be your MC here today from the Ritz-Carlton, Cayman Islands. Before we get started, here are some housekeeping reminders. Please turn your cell phones off or to silent. And as you're well aware, until yesterday, there were restrictions on indoor gatherings, so we made arrangements for most of you to join us remotely in order to ensure that the symposium is as inclusive as possible. Now that the restrictions are gradually being relaxed, thank you, Premier and Minister Turner, we look forward to seeing everyone again next year in person. We're still trying to make the symposium as safe as possible for all of you that are present here today, and so we've made some modifications that we'd like for you to adhere to during the course of the day. In particular, social distancing and mask wearing is strongly encouraged at all times when you're indoors. Today, our Wi-Fi is kindly sponsored by Ogier, and the password is Ogier, all lowercase, O-G-I-E-R. And this year, the program is available online by clicking the QR code on the tent cards on your table. And throughout the venue, it will be listed. And it is also listed on our Facebook page and website for the online viewers. The program today includes details of our run of show, our sponsors, and our exhibitors. We are delighted to have so many outstanding speakers and panelists joining us today, and their full biographies can be found on the Alex Panton Foundation website, alexpantonfoundation.ky. This year, we've taken the decision to modify the exhibitions. So whilst there are some exhibitors featured in the foyer outside the ballroom, the majority can be found on our website. They're all listed in your program, which is accessible by scanning the QR code, again, on the signs on your desks. Coffee and tea is available throughout and is located just outside the ballroom. There will be a morning break outside by Chris Global and an afternoon break sponsored by Maples. Lunch is sponsored by the Ministry of Health and Wellness and will be delivered to you at your desks at 1 p.m. You will note on your desk there's a double-sided card in front of you. This is to identify your dietary preferences. So if you'd like a vegan meal delivered, make sure the green side is face up, and if you want the gluten-free option, the yellow option should be face up. And if you have no dietary restrictions and you're okay with a chicken meal, please remove the card from sight. Don't just leave it hanging around because one of those signs may be misinterpreted. This is the 5th annual Youth Mental Health Symposium, and the Alex Panton Foundation is incredibly grateful to all of the support from the local community since we launched 5 years ago. We are especially grateful to all of our sponsors who allow the symposium to take place each year with no attendance fees to our delegates. Thank you to our 2 platinum sponsors, 3T Cayman MRI and DART, as well as our many other sponsors and our exhibitors who help to make this event free to all who attend. Details of our sponsors are on the screens behind me, and you will see that there are too many to list right now, but as we go along, I will identify and recognize them throughout the day's proceedings. Once again, we are extremely thankful to all of you for your support. Many of you have supported us throughout in these years. Also, to all of you who have supported us in other ways throughout the 5 years, helping us to fund the very important work that the Foundation does in the community. The Foundation simply cannot do what it does without you, and we're extremely appreciative. This year's theme, Thriving in Uncertain Times, is in recognition of the difficult few years we've had, but in particular for our young people. Throughout today's event, we will reflect on the extraordinary challenges of the past year. We will discuss the collaborative recovery efforts put in place by the Alex Panton Foundation and other partner agencies, and we will discuss the various ways that we can help our community to thrive in the challenging environment. We will be emailing you an event survey on Monday, which we encourage you to complete so that we can get your valuable feedback as to how we can improve this annual symposium. We will also include in this email details of how to access our speaker presentations. For those of you that require CME certificates, instructions on how to access those will be in that same email. And CME certificates are also available for online viewers, and these can be downloaded from the Alex Panton Foundation website, available next week. Now, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you our phenomenal leader, Jane Panton, founder and chairperson of the Alex Panton Foundation. Jane, together with her husband Wayne, founded the Alex Panton Foundation in memory of their son Alex in an effort to help the Cayman Islands community improve mental health awareness and to provide support for children and adolescents. Join me in welcoming Jane Panton.
Thank you, Ms. Liz. Good morning, everyone. It is my distinct privilege to extend a very warm welcome to each of you, whether the 100 of you here at the Ritz or streaming live in one of the many media outlets, to be part of the Alex Panton's 5th annual Youth Mental Health Symposium. At last year's event, we found ourselves in a uniquely privileged position at a time when we could gather more freely without as many of the critical public health and safety regulations that are in place now. Up until September 2021, when the first community spread erupted, Cayman's experience living alongside the pandemic in our little bubble was something very few countries and communities can say they have experienced. But as we continue to learn while living through the pandemic, change is inevitable and can happen so quickly. It is still grim, and coping is a challenge for many, and the struggle to thrive is a different experience for each of us. Our symposium's theme this year is Thriving in Uncertain Times. The grand scale of this pandemic and what seems to be an unending global effort to combat it has thrown us into uncertain times that are quickly changing. Some changes are good, some bad, but one moment to the next is so unpredictable. These past 2 years have been frustrating and terrifying, and for those of us who have lost people to the virus, heartbreaking. Although our journeys may be different, we're united in uncertainty of the future. And the Alex Panton Foundation has brought us together here today. Persons in our community from various sectors, parents, teachers, pastors, counselors, mental health professionals, and our very brave, motivated young people of the Youth Ambassadors Program to share their stories, and other young people as well. These will help us to thrive, or teach us. They will share their stories and help us to thrive in these uncertain times. These last few months have been especially difficult for our community. We've lost loved ones to COVID, which have caused multiple families and friends to face unfathomable tragedies. We have also lost young persons to the unimaginable nightmare of suicide. It is with deeply saddened hearts that we express our condolences to the families, friends, and the loved ones of the young people in our community that our community has lost in recent months. The members of our organization have experienced what it means to lose someone to suicide. We all felt it. And it is the impetus for the Alex Panton Foundation. The loss of our gorgeous, vivacious Alex still reverberates throughout the community. So we understand the deep grief these families are experiencing now. You will learn to live alongside your grief as our families have done. And the APF is here to help you make it through. You're not alone. I'm here as living proof that you will thrive again in honor of your loved one. We are here to support you and connect you with people who can help you, especially through our bereavement support group, which is just starting next week, I think, and our financial assistance program. Please visit our website for more details on these two programs. There are various other programs developed to support our young people facing mental health challenges. The emotional literacy programs, Zippy's and Apple's Friends, teach our young ones just starting out at school how to cope with bullying, loss, and basically how to be compassionate to others and care for your own mental wellness from very young. There are so many of you present and outside of this room that I want to thank for making our mission and cause possible. Every year I express my sincere gratitude to the most amazing people that make up our executive board. And every year they just get more amazing as we gain experience on how to forge our mission to improve the mental health of children and young adults in the Cayman Islands through advocacy, awareness, and support. This year we welcome Dr. Shreya Noria, who fulfills the role of our news post as project coordinator. Despite our infancy, APF is growing rapidly to meet the demand to improve access, awareness, and support mental health services. We are so grateful to have Dr. Shreya's support to oversee our clinical projects and initiatives, sorry, time's up, so that we can reach even more young people in the community. Not much longer, Ms. Liz. We know that our work and our efforts are needed now more than ever. We're so grateful for those other mental health professionals that continue to join us in our cause, such as the Clinical and Education Committee volunteers like our first presenter, Dr. Shari Smith, for your efforts to develop programs and practices that are crucial to supporting young people's mental health. Dr. Shari also runs the online support group for 12 to 17-year-olds. This year, we are very excited to be collaborating with the Cayman Islands Crisis Center on the Kids Helpline, which is planned to be the repository of mental health support and information for our young people that I spoke of in my first speech of 2018. This is my initial dream, which is becoming a reality this year. And I believe our Deputy Chair, Haley Robinson, will be telling you more about this at the end of the day. The other programs and initiatives that have been launched since 2018 have helped so many. And I would like to say a big thank you to our partnered schools, teachers, master trainers, program leads, and the Department of Education Services for your commitment to the emotional literacy program. Thank you to all our Youth Ambassador Education Coordinator, Mr. Bill Lamont, and all our admirable, inspirational ambassadors for your community action and service. Thank you to our partner service providers who are committed to improving young people's access to mental health through our financial assistance program. And thank you to Dr. Stephanie Edwards and Ms. Merritt Hudson for helping our clinical and legal volunteers develop this program. Thank you for the overwhelming number of you who have supported us as volunteers, donors, and sponsors for making these critical resources a reality. It is our objective that those of you watching today will take away hope and reassurance with the help of our presenters. There will be something that makes each of you feel supported to thrive through these uncertain times of insecurity and grief, to reach out for help when needed, and to be empowered to also make the community and our world a better place for us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean, for continuing to inspire us all. And your desire and your passion to destigmatize mental health and to improve the awareness and access to care is truly admirable. Now it is my pleasure to introduce His Excellency Martin Roper, Governor of the Cayman Islands, to provide some opening remarks. Your Excellency.
Good morning, everyone. People often say it's difficult to follow me in these events, but I have to say it's incredibly difficult to follow Jane as well. That was really, really inspiring, Jane. And I think all of us here just recognize your bravery and courage and your vision and that of your husband, the Premier, in setting up this foundation. And we are all hugely grateful to you for that. I am very pleased to welcome you all today to this 5th Annual Youth Mental Health Symposium. And as we've heard, the title, Thriving in Uncertain Times, which is something we can all relate to. And this is my 4th attendance at this event. And again, that really just demonstrates my own huge respect and admiration for everything that the Alex Panton Foundation is doing and our wonderful youth ambassadors and the support that's being provided to young people across our islands. There is no doubt that COVID-19 has had a large impact on all of us. Our routines have had to change, and many of us have had to adapt to a new environment, and we've all faced a lot more uncertainty and worry. But I know that the Foundation has had a record number of sponsors and supporters for this event, which I think is a real sign of the vital work that this foundation is doing, and a real sign that the work of this foundation is acutely needed, even more so than ever. So I know that the funds raised today will go towards helping a wide range of activities, the Financial Assistance Program, the Children and Adolescent Mental Health Hub, the Kids Helpline, and the LGBTQ+ focus group discussions. And I think it's just so important that today we have a chance to connect our young people and their families with the practitioners, the researchers, and the policymakers committed to creating lasting change across the youth mental health sector. And recent tragic events, as we've just heard as well, do bring into sharp focus the critical work of the Foundation and its collaborative efforts with policymakers, practitioners, and other organizations. And I'd like also to extend my deepest sympathies to the family and everyone impacted by those tragic events. Today does enable us to highlight that help is available. If anyone is struggling, or if you know of someone who is struggling, please reach out to the Alex Panton Foundation or other organizations represented here today for help and advice. We talk often about coping mechanisms, building our resilience. How do we deal with life's stresses and strains, which all of us have? I often, when I look back at my own learning journey, it really took me until I was well into my 30s before I actually recognized that all the negative thoughts in my head were actually just very normal. And I often come back to Aristotle, who said that we are not shaped by events, we are shaped by our perceptions of events. So I'm a real strong believer that all of us have it within ourselves to reframe those thoughts that are going on in our heads. You often get emotional, subjective, irrational thoughts, but we all have the power to reframe them in a positive, more objective, rational and pragmatic way. One specific example affecting my own sort of mental health over the years, there's something called imposter syndrome. Now, you might look at me and think, wow, successful British diplomat, being an ambassador, the governor of the Cayman Islands. But there is something called imposter syndrome, which is something which makes people in successful positions think, well, how have I got here? This must be a mistake. They got the wrong person. They promoted the wrong individual. How could I possibly? I don't deserve this. But again, when you have thoughts like that, being able to reframe and find objectivity, find reason, helps you to deal with it. Now, it doesn't work for everybody, but it's really something that over the years has worked for me in terms of building my own resilience. Now, I know that the 2020 Cayman Islands Student Drug Use Survey, I'm not going to go over the statistics, but I've seen them, and they are incredibly sobering. And I know you're going to go into that in more detail later, but I think they do underline yet again just how important organizations like the Alex Panton Foundation are to help us support people with poor mental health. I think it's crucially important that we take this data and we continue to gather more. Mental health promotion and prevention interventions are just so important to strengthen those coping mechanisms of everybody in our society. And I do think in Cayman there is a pressing need for more community awareness and education, particularly around recognizing and responding effectively to abuse. The need for safe places, we need to tackle cultural barriers, and we need to tackle barriers to prosecuting people who are guilty of crimes in this area. We need to advance the LGBTQ plus conversation and increase the help for young people to be heard. I just want to end with pointing to a conference which is happening in the UK in June. This is called a conference on equality. It's a conference that the UK is hosting, Safe to Be Me conference, and the aim is to bring together internationally civil society, businesses, activists and other stakeholders who can work together to take concrete steps that protect LGBTQ plus people and support human rights defenders around the world. We've encouraged any organizations in Cayman who want to attend this major international conference to do so, and if there are any organizations or individuals out there who want to attend, please do get in touch with my office. So I just want to conclude by saying thank you to all of you. Thank you to the Alex Panton Foundation. Thank you to everybody who is supporting them. I think this symposium has established an absolutely excellent track record over the last 4 years, and I'm sure that today will be another outstanding event. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Governor Roper, for those encouraging words and for your support over the many years as well. I would now like to invite Honourable Sabrina Turner, Minister of Health and Wellness, to deliver her opening remarks. Honourable Sabrina Turner.
Good morning, everyone. Governor, I must say, I never dreamt in all of my life that you would have diagnosed me. This imposter syndrome that you really explained here is something that I personally been through a number of years, and something that people have constantly asked me now that I'm in this position and I've connected with people. And you sit down and, you should reflect on where you're coming from, where you are, how you've gotten there. And you're like, is it me? Is it Sabrina Teresa Turner? Is it the alter ego? All of these things. Sometimes you doubt yourself, but then, of course, you spoke first. And prior to all of that, the ambassadors were excited to meet me. And that is what helps me remain focused, grounded, true, and causes me now, or empowers me more to continue on my journey and the opportunity to make a difference in the position while I'm here. But thank you for diagnosing me. I can now relate. It is my privilege to be here at this 5th annual Alex Panton Youth Mental Health Symposium as your Minister of Health and Wellness. I would like to thank the Honorable Premier, Mr. Wayne Panton, and his dear wife, Jane, for working fervently to improve the lives of Cayman's youth in your beloved son, Alex's memory. Since the Foundation's inception, the Cayman Islands has noted its strong presence and in our community, and we've seen the tremendous impact that it has made on the lives of young people. The mission of the Alex Panton Foundation to improve the mental health of children and young adults in the Cayman Islands through advocacy, awareness, and support is a constant one, and can only be achieved if we make it a priority as a country. Now, the recent tragic events have solemnly reminded us of the work that remains to be done for our youth. And it is the reason that the Ministry of Health and Wellness has committed to strengthening the youth mental health support as one of our broad outcomes, and is preparing to open our long-awaited Children and Adolescent Mental Health Hub. Now, the hub, which will be housed on the Cayman Islands Health Services Authority Hospital campus, will be run in partnership with the Alex Panton Foundation and the Health Services Authority. Now, both the Alex Panton Foundation and the HSA have consulted with local and international experts on best practices, including triaging to determine the urgency of a mental health patient encounter and how to treat juvenile patients. It is our goal that our young people will be able to receive specialized mental health care in an environment that suits their needs. We are also working feverishly to open the hub within the next few months so that we can begin serving these very special members of our community. I'm also pleased to announce that we are nearing the completion of the long-term residential mental health facility in East End, and it is expected to be completed by fall of 2022. Now, this facility is being established for residents of the Cayman Islands who have serious and persistent mental illness, and it will allow them to be cared for holistically in a safe and secure environment, reflecting a therapeutic approach to care with the prime objective of being integrated back into their communities. Now, once completed, the facility will be able to house 54 patients across 9 cottages, with each cottage having 6 beds. The overall percentage completion of the main building and the cottages is approximately 81%. Additionally, and currently, the Family Resource Center, which also falls within my remit under the Department of Counseling Services, has recently announced the availability of the world-renowned Positive Parenting Program, which is a part of its offerings. It's also known as a Triple P. The program trains parents in necessary skills to raise confidence, healthy children, and teenagers through the cultivation of stronger family relationships. And it also helps parents to manage and better prevent concerning behavior. Now, these are just a few examples of the work the Ministry of Health and Wellness is currently doing, and we are earnestly exploring additional ways to enhance mental health offerings right here in the Cayman Islands. private organizations and charities such as the Alex Panton Foundation, Loud Silent Voices, and Cayman Islands Crisis Center has traditionally enjoyed good partnerships with the Cayman Islands government and support for their initiatives. May this long continue. It is our government's goal to provide every Caymanian access to whatever level of mental health care they may require, a goal which the Alex Panton Foundation has already begun to help us meet. Having honest and open dialogue about mental health is relatively new for us culturally. So, I would especially like to thank the Alex Panton Youth Ambassadors for being beacons for mental health awareness in their schools and communities. Now, each of you know best the challenges you and your peers face, and we as policymakers rely heavily on your insights to shape our decisions. You have the potential to revolutionize Cayman into an inclusive society where those with mental health challenges are seen and not stigmatized. I applaud you for the work that you have already done, and I am so eager for what more you all, along with our assistants, will accomplish. In closing, I would like to thank the board of the Alex Panton Foundation for making this symposium a highly sought-after event for the people of the Cayman Islands and for giving clinicians, mental health advocates, and leaders like myself a platform to discuss such a meaningful topic. I look forward to learning from today's speakers and putting their insights into action for the betterment of our people. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
Thank you, Minister Turner, for those kind and supportive words. And special thanks for your ministry's sponsorship of today's lunch. Now, please join me in welcoming to the stage the Honorable Andre Ebanks, Minister for Investment, Innovation, and Social Development, to share with us his opening remarks.
Good morning. I think I will open with just once more remarking how remarkable you are, Ms. Jane. I'm not just saying this because your husband's my boss, but if anybody deserved to go over time, it was you. I already know how remarkable he is every day because I see him every day, but I don't get to see you as often. Folks, I've been thinking up until the moment of climbing those steps how to approach these remarks. I think the ministry, if any staff is there, Ashlyn, I see you, if there are any others, have done a good job of providing notes. And all of it was accurate, but I thought I would just speak from the heart. Because mental health, and that clock's not helping, is something that impacts all of us. From knee-high to the advanced ages. And I started to think about when I was sitting there, what could we actually mean or define as thriving in uncertain times? And what can I do to thrive in uncertain times? And a few thoughts have come to mind in terms of being inclusive and being innovative. Inclusive because in the Ministry of Investment, Innovation, and Social Development, we are trying to wholesale reform the social services space, to modernize the legislation, modernize the process. And even though I met with my cousin Jackie Neal to ensure that in the consultation process on the new legislation, a mental health aspect was incorporated in the consultation, almost still got missed. And until she WhatsApped me the other day and said, I hadn't heard from the ministry yet, to go back to ensure, because mental health is one of those things that can be overlooked if you don't stay to study it, because it's not tangible like physical disability. So thank you, because now you're included. You got the call? Thank you. Because we have to ensure that all voices are heard and feed into every step of every action that we do. Otherwise, things get missed and they hurt. And we also have to be innovative, and innovative doesn't necessarily mean the big things in terms of technology and blockchain and Bitcoin. Sometimes it's the small things that you can be innovative about. And as an example of our ministry, we recognize that on the investment side, there was last year a large chunk of savings because of COVID. The ministry didn't travel to do as much promotional affairs as it would have done because of COVID. So what do we do with that savings? And we were getting down to crunch time of the budget, and we thought, well, we know that we have a group of MPOs that are coming forward for increases because of the demands on our social framework for the 2022 budget. But we have this savings now in 2021, so why wrangle with the 2022 budget? Can we go to Cabinet, get those funds shifted and approved to these MPOs, Meals on Wheels, R3, Crisis Center, Hope for Today Foundation, and others? And you should have seen their eyes lit up to get that check in their hand before Christmas to be able to do better for the community. So I've pushed all of us to be more innovative. Think in your jobs, what are the small steps that you could take to get around the thing that seemed insurmountable so that you can do more with maybe less time and less toil. And I had an ulterior motive for grouping them all together for the photo op. It wasn't just to look pretty and show the checks. I was waiting and looking back to see when they all got in the room together if they knew each other. And I suspected that they didn't. Now, it would seem weird because you would think folks all in the MPO space might all be collaborating and linked. But unprompted by me, you began to see the conversations sparkle between them. Oh, well, I'm working on this, and this is my barrier. Well, I could help you get that. And they started to exchange numbers. So the other piece of work that the ministry is going to embark on is to try to map the MPO space, to bring folks closer together, because it doesn't have to be on any one particular entity, government, or MPO together. We can do more. That's how I think we thrive in uncertain times. We've got to draw these links. I see Dr. Shari Smith. We had our time in COVID. Well, you were on this side of COVID in Cayman, and I was in London. And she was helping me to map all the students in London who were trying to get home, and they were in 9 months lockdown, not what you all had here. That was child play lockdown, what you all had here. We had 9 months of lockdown in the UK, and there were Caymanians overseas that I want to give a shout out to, who had to make it. And some of them were living on their own in 4x4 walls. And think about that on your mental health. So thank you, Dr. Sherry. I found them because of you. We got them home. So I just leave you all with those thoughts in all of your daily lives to think about how you can be more innovative. It says time's up, but I'm going to leave you with one thing. The Governor, you started this in terms of sharing your own mental health. I'll open up and share mine. When I look at how great, and I'm sure the ministry staff would agree, how great the task is to reform social development that has been historically underfunded, historically less paid attention to, because it's not as sexy as some of the other subjects. It takes a toll on me, like, how are we going to do this? But I'll say to all of you, I'll say to the ministry, is that we are here and we have the opportunity. And where there's life and opportunity, there's a chance. So let's all of us take our chances to improve the lives of those of us around us. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Ebanks, and thank you for your ministry's gold sponsorship, which shows the support of your ministry to this foundation. Next is Dr. Sherry Smith, clinical psychologist, who is a part of the Alex Panton Foundation Clinical and Education Committee, who will be setting the scene with her presentation, Planning to Thrive in Uncertain Times. At the end of her presentation, we will open up to questions from the audience. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sherry Smith.
Technology. Good morning. Thank you, Foundation, Ms. Jean, Honorable Mayor, for this opportunity to speak about something that is so passionate to me. I am a daughter of the soil, born and raised here in Cayman, and there is nothing more important to me than my people, and even more so, the children of our country. So thank you for this opportunity. Planning to thrive in uncertain times. The impact of the pandemic in 2021. The World Economic Forum published an article in December 2021 on the most searches of the year, in which they found the searches were around themes of reflection, healing, and pulling together. This information indicates that globally, we were moving from the crisis mindset of dealing with COVID-1 to how do we survive mindset. Global searches were on the highest for mental health illnesses with anxiety, autism, anxiety at 36%, depression at 25%, and autism and ADHD at 16% each, with bipolar following in 8% and 1% of other mental illnesses. These findings show that we are still very much concerned with mental ill wellness. We as a global race continue to show our optimism with notable searches which include how to heal, how to stay strong, how to make a comeback, and how to be hopeful. These indicate that we continue as citizens of the world to state we are not giving up. Before COVID-19 pandemic, in the US, mental health challenges were the leading cause of a disability and poor life outcomes in young people, with up to 1 in 5 children ages 3 to 17 in the US having a mental, emotional, developmental, or behavioral disorder. Additionally, the pandemic had a significant impact on the increase of risk factors associated with anxiety, depression, and suicide. Here in the Cayman Islands, it has been no different. Despite our decisions to postpone fully reopening for quite some time and ensuring the protective measures were in place for our people, the pandemic has disrupted the lives of ourselves, but especially our youth, in the way that they attend school, the social opportunities with peers and mentors, participation in extracurricular activities and competitions, the quality of their home life, despite their parents being at home for some time. The demands of parents' work commitments were still very much present, often resulting in increased frustrations and heightened emotions due to trying to balance work, school, life, and children. With the increase in the community transmissions, the health of their caregivers and themselves is even more of a concern. The pandemic's negative impact has also heavily affected our most vulnerable young persons, especially those youth with disabilities, youth from low-income homes, youth of the LGBTQ+ community, youth involved with social services or a juvenile court system, and let us not forget those of our young people who are studying overseas outside of the Cayman Islands, whether in boarding schools, colleges, or universities. They too have especially been impacted. Those who went from the protection of our bubble to a world of masks, social distancing, online instruction, school closures, limited access to academic supports. This is what happens with technology. Limited resources and access to academic supports, and not being able to compete in sporting and social activities as well. Risks of a new variant and changing restrictions on a daily basis. I cannot tell you, first of all, I am so thankful for WhatsApp because my daughter messages me at least 2 or 3 times a day, and she's in the UK, and it's always about what Boris has now changed. All have contributed to the low academic performances we are seeing, the physical illnesses, increase in anxiety, depression, and suicidal ideation, while still trying to be good students. All of our children have been affected at some level by this pandemic. What we have and what we are seeing with our youth is that there is an overwhelming sense of loss, especially those who may have missed out on significant milestones in their lives, like high school and university graduations, completing their practicum and internship placements, their senior year, their prom. Even when I speak to our scholars now, those who have completed studies in 2021 feel that they missed out on a significant amount of their studies because of all the restrictions and the lockdowns. Those who are graduating this year express concerns and shock that they're even graduating, and whether they are actually prepared to go into the world of work. There's an underlying sense of self-doubt within those students because they don't feel like they got the real full experience of being in university and accessing their studies, whether they studied locally or overseas. Unfortunately, these moments of self-doubt and self-loss, overwhelmed questioning of am I doing enough and the what ifs, leads to increased mental health illnesses and decrease in the overall wellness of our youth. As we have moved to 2022, with anxiety, the struggles with anxiety, depression, and suicide are significantly increasing as they are now expected to perform at, quote, normal, optimal levels, while yet trying to cope with the challenges brought on by the pandemic. As one of our youth ambassadors recently said in a discussion we had, it's like we have this growing to-do list, that we just keep adding to it because we just don't know what's going to happen. As adults, I am sure that we can also relate to that statement. How many of us are still trying to balance work, life, the expectations of our bosses, caring for our families, and juggling, trying not to get COVID? So how do we get through these times of uncertainty? How do we thrive when it seems like everything is working against us to just even survive? We learned how to thrive by making a plan to thrive. What we have and are seeing with our youth is that there is thriving mentally and emotionally starts with an action that seems very easy, but can be very difficult in this technological world we live in. Research shows us that loneliness is on the rise, and that a lack of human connection can be more harmful to your health than obesity, smoking, and high blood pressure. We need to connect. As human beings, it is within our natural instinct to want to connect to others, to our nature, to our world. However, despite the youth being at home with their families at times, how many can truly say true connections occurred? How often did children and parents prepare a meal together? How often did you sit at the table and eat and converse and not look at your devices? I know I have been very guilty of that. Connecting through conversation and the enjoyment of the meal is so important. How often are we really present when our young person is trying to share or paying attention to their body language, which is definitely saying, Mom, Dad, I'm not okay. But the words coming from their mouths are, I'm just fine, it's awesome. So some of you may say, but Dr. Shari, we have technology to stay connected, and this is very true. However, that same technology is creating a divide between our youth, our adults, our peers, and the world. We see it every day on social media of the way in which too much information is either being shared or negative, harmful statements are being posted that jabs at the person on the other side of that screen. I would strongly argue that for most youth, being able to hang out with their peers is better than being limited to online chats, even if when you're actually hanging out together, you're still on your devices. You also need to know what resources you have to access. Today, the youth are very active in various causes and outspoken in our community, and there are a vast number of resources for you, the youth, to access as well. If you are struggling with anxiety or depression, or just trying to get through life as a teen and have questions and need a safe environment in which you can communicate with peers, the Alex Panton Foundation has made available 2 resources that are free available to you. They are the Teen Talk online support group for teens 12 to 17 every other Saturday online from 1 to 2 p.m., which I have the pleasure of facilitating, and Breaking Barriers for those 18 to 30 at Parcel 110 at 12:30 to 2 with the facilitator, Shane Purcell. There is so many resources here in Cayman, just waiting for you to access them. The second action of the plan is love. You need to be more compassionate and kind to yourself. Self-love is not selfish. We can be our worst critic, the hardest voice that we hear in our heads. So it is important to continually remind yourself how amazing, awesome, and unique you are. Acknowledging that what you need in that moment, and giving yourself permission to experience, whether it's the pain or the joy, just allowing yourself time to invest in you. Reminding yourself that nobody is perfect. We are all human. And even though it may seem that you are alone, you are not alone. You need to rest. Most young people are trying to navigate so much, the demands of school, the expectation of parents, relationships, expectations of life. It can be exhausting. We're adults and we're trying to do the same thing. Add to that, coping with emotional and mental difficulties. Our mind and our body needs time to rest and to be still. This is when true healing occurs. So whether it's taking a 30-second break from all the business and the devices, or it's a planned, scheduled 1 hour of a mindful exercise or activity, allowing yourself the time to rest, helps you to be able to thrive. The third part of our plan is to move, whether it's physical exercise, working out at a gym, or taking a stroll around the neighborhood, or going for a walk on our awesome beaches that people are now flooding to get back in to do. They are all good for your mental wellness. According to an article released by the American Psychological Association in 2020, there is a growing body of research which suggests physical fitness is one way to boost brain health, and that regular exercise routine can decrease the effects of stress on the body, improve our mental health and mood, and enhance memory and cognition. Exercise fuels the brain's stress buffers. Exposure to long-term stress can be toxic to multiple systems in our body, even leading to more medical concerns like high blood pressure and a weakened immune system, which is the last thing you want in the world of COVID, along with mental illnesses like anxiety and depression. So therefore, in these times of uncertainty, the more you move, the more you thrive. The fourth action in the plan is to ensure that we nourish yourself. And I'm not just talking about the food. It doesn't mean only the kinds of foods you choose to eat, but also how you nourish yourself intellectually and emotionally. If you are mentally and emotionally drained or hurting, it is likely that you will also experience difficulty focusing, interest in hobbies, completing tasks, low energy, and learning and motivation, to name a few, which would obviously impact other aspects of your life, such as your studies. If you are nourishing yourself with wholesome foods and liquids, including water, exercising, and even learning something new or relearning something that you learned before, you will be supporting your overall wellness and strengthening your ability to thrive. Thriving professionally. When we think about thriving professionally, this can relate to school or work. Making a plan that allows you to identify what is it that you need to accomplish. A realistic plan and goals. Celebrating each accomplishment, which we do not do enough. We often set a high goal that's going to take us 5 years to achieve, and midway through, we get so frustrated and disappointed that we forget to even celebrate that the first thing that we should be celebrating is that we made a plan. Reworking and adjusting your plan. Life happens. If a wall comes up and you continue to go hit that wall when you're trying to get through the other side, it's not going to work. You're just going to get a big headache. So looking at your plan, what do you need to adjust? And definitely with COVID and the pandemic, we have had to adjust a lot of our plans. Earlier, I referenced the challenges of that work-school life balance. How despite moving towards life with COVID, that brings a level of uncertainty with it. None of us have done this before. We yet still have to figure it out, but we still have the same demands being placed on us that were pre-COVID. We talk about being mindful of persons' wellness, but are we really doing that as individuals and as a society? Truly walking the walk? And what about those of us in roles as carers or professionals? What are the expectations that we are still placing and expecting our youth to manage, despite knowing that all things are not the same and that they may be struggling and need adjustments in their plans? So as a community, as the adults in charge, we have a significantly important role to play in ensuring that this plan works. We need to ensure that we are walking the talk. We need to be present with our youth and genuinely connect with them and hear what they're saying. We have to listen, and listen means being present. Truly hear their voice. We need to lead by example by investing in them and showing them that investing in them is the best investment and symbol of love that you can give, giving your time. We need to work with them to make realistic plans for the present and the future, because there's still a pandemic. Making sure that they are ready and have the resources they need to thrive in this world, but not only making the resources available, but also ensuring accessibility to those resources. Lack of funding or insurance coverage should not prevent any child or young person to access the help that they need. We are the village, and we need to protect our vulnerable. We need to ensure that our children can survive in this world of COVID. Especially here in the Cayman Islands, there should be no acceptable reason for any youth to not receive the help they need to survive the world that we as adults have created for them to live in. So everyone within this room, beyond these walls and out into the world of internet, I ask those of us who have responsibility to ensure the future and the protection of our youth, let us help them learn how to plan to thrive by connecting with each other, teaching them to love themselves, the importance of moving and nourishing their body and their minds, ensuring accessibility to resources, helping them create realistic plans, joining them to celebrate each and every accomplishment, and letting them know that it is not shameful or weak to ask for help. They need to know that they are not alone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Smith. And we will take one or two questions. If you do have a question for Dr. Smith, please raise your hand and someone will bring you a mic. Okay. Well, I guess you've done such, oh, there is one question. There we go.
Hi, thank you for your amazing presentation. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I would just like to ask, what is your opinion on how to help the youth that does not respond well to therapy or counseling? Because I know personally for myself, it's not my preferred method. So I just wanted to know advice on what they can do, what other resources and what other things they can do for themselves.
So for the question, to repeat the question, what do those persons who aren't necessarily inclined to go and seek out counseling or therapy, talk therapy, how do they manage the stressors? And what I would say is looking at the various resources that are available to you that you feel comfortable with. So whether it's your support system and your family and friends that you have someone to talk to, whether it is that we have the mental health helplines that are anonymous so you can call and talk to a professional, mindful activities such as yoga, painting, doing a yoga class. So finding what is going to help you navigate the stresses that you're dealing with, but making sure that you have someone that you can talk to, even if it's someone on the other side of the phone that you don't know, they don't know you, but you can get the help that you need.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Smith. And now we have a 10-minute coffee break, which is brought to you by Chris Global, and we are very thankful for their sponsorship. Please get yourself a coffee in the foyer, stretch your legs, and also take the opportunity to take in the exhibition. But please remember to wear your mask when you're not drinking and ensure that you keep social distancing as much as possible. For those of you that are watching online, please don't forget to visit the online exhibition on our website, www.alexpantonfoundation.ky. We will be back at 11:15 with Sutton Burke, Clinical Director and owner of Infinite Mind Care, presenting on Sit With It, Accepting Life's Punches and Building Resiliency. Also, one final reminder to ensure that you indicate your lunch choice because the staff will circulate in a little bit just to confirm what your preference is for lunch. Thank you all very much. See you again at 11:15. Okay, welcome back. I'd like to take a moment to thank more of our sponsors. Our media sponsor this year is Compass Media and Z99. And we have our Gold Plus sponsors, Burger King and Popeyes, as well as Tower. We are truly thankful for your support. Next in our program is a presentation by Sutton Burke, Clinical Director and owner of Infinite Mind Care, presenting on Sit With It, Accepting Life's Punches and Building Resiliency. Welcome, Sutton Burke.
Hello, good morning. So I'm going to do things a little bit differently this morning and not use a PowerPoint. So you're going to see me looking down. I see now that I should have given something to everybody so I can just look at the screen, but that's okay. We're going to work with it. Last week, our community experienced a tragedy involving a teenager. Our community and the world we live in lost another beautiful soul. As a therapist, a mental health clinic owner, and as a mother, this scares me to my core. The reminder that I do not have the ability to control and fix everything, even though it feels like I have to, I should, I want to, is daunting. And it's a reminder that more has to be done. A time like this showcases just how important the Alex Panton Foundation is and the importance of continuing to raise awareness and support for our youth in this struggle. Not just with treatment, but by supporting our whole community in growth, understanding, interconnectedness, willingness to be vulnerable, to look inward, and truly embody what's Cayman kind. The title of my talk today is Sit With It, Accepting Life's Punches and Building Resiliency. In the therapy world, sit with it is something we say when getting people to acknowledge their feelings and sit with their feelings. It's also something that we do when doing exercises of exposure therapy used for treating OCD and anxiety disorders. The importance of sitting with our own discomfort as opposed to using some sort of escape mechanism to avoid what we are feeling. There is a ton of peer-reviewed research and evidence to support this. The more we sit with it, the easier it is to accept our reality and build resiliency for the future of life events. In these times of COVID, a great awareness of the uncertainty of life has been made apparent. While navigating the world as a young person is difficult enough, it now has to be done with an added worldwide additional stressor of the pandemic. The pressure to escape the feelings of the day is easily accessible and everywhere. You can, if you want, try to avoid the pain and fear. Video games, drinking, self-harm, drugging, vaping, sleeping, lying, stealing, cheating, shopping, sleeping around, eating pints of ice cream, bags of potato chips, staring at the television, gambling. You can do all or any of these things, but sooner or later, the grief you are avoiding will show up in a meltdown, failed exams, wasted money, bad relationships, an illness, an accident, or a number of other possibilities. Life isn't all bubblegum, chocolate and roses, exotic cars, TikTok, flashy clothes, jokes, music, and makeup. You know this, and teens know this. They feel it. But sometimes it feels like it should be that way. Good vibes only, just think positive. Why can't life just be that way? It certainly seems if it was this way, it would be way easier to just live. Dealing with grief, family drama, our past traumatic experiences, disappointments in school, work, our friends, and disappointments in our own abilities, this is part of life, and it truly sucks. But it is all just a part of life. The situation applies to all of us at one time or another. Some problems are insoluble. Some situations a struggle through the dark depths of the ocean with no light to guide you. And, as Robert Frost wrote, the best way out is through. Not around, not over, not under, not just let me sit here and lose it and hope someone will come rescue me, or someone should come rescue me, which I even fall victim to at times, but checking ourselves, being aware of where we are at and walking in our fear and through it. These life events and the meaning we bring to them cause intense emotion. The worst we can do is run from the feeling, make the feeling mean something bad or mean something about ourselves. It could essentially mean a million things. And since it's the case, we can't be for certain that what we think is the right thing. Isolation and avoidance breed mental illness. We manage the feelings that come with those things by going through those things. And we do our best to be mindful of the good stuff, being mindful where we focus our attention, the stuff we feel passionate about, the times of true connection, appreciating the people we do have, the abilities we do have. This isn't always easy, but it's possible, and it makes a huge difference in our state of being. Young people often experience stressful situations differently. It's important we offer a range of resources in our community based on these unique needs. However, the things I'm going to speak about today apply to all of us. There are many difficulties associated with the current uncertain times of the pandemic. The more obvious ones are increased alcohol consumption or substance use, which can lead to a lifelong addiction, change in diet leading to weight gain and diabetes, change in sleep patterns, which can lead to insomnia, which takes a major toll on our mental health, ability to focus, be productive, and shortens our lifespan. Schooling and working online causes problems with focus and motivation in school when everyone is going back now in person. Also, there's OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder. For some people with the genetic predisposition towards some forms of OCD, contamination obsessions, and cleaning compulsions, the stress of COVID-19 is likely to trigger or worsen their OCD. OCD in general is the fear of the future, the fear of the uncertain, and certainly worries of the future are a major part of having OCD. This also has increased dramatically because of the pandemic. The not so obvious ones from the impact of lockdown is isolation. Limited peer interactions has become a notable driver of increased loneliness. There is a close relationship between loneliness and mental health, linked to increased stress, depression, paranoia, anxiety, cognitive decline, and is a known factor in suicide. It is also linked to heart disease and obesity. Less time spent with friends and lower social connection to lead to a potential loss of your peer support. Lower quality friendships and smaller social networks have been linked with greater distress and anxiety. All of this can link to lingering social anxieties. People are already experiencing social anxiety, and you can imagine with the pandemic, it's made it much more difficult. And people are finding it challenging to get back into their networks of peers. Restricted social interactions during the pandemic have decreased adolescents' opportunity to develop social skills, building interpersonal skills such as managing peer group dynamics, delaying skills in negotiating, building connection, and even resolving conflict with others different than oneself. There's also the anxiety in general. The pandemic has created an environment of constant threat. Our bodies can adapt to short periods of stress, but a constant sense of threat and sympathetic nervous system arousal can lead to exhaustion and negative effects on multiple organ systems. PTSD symptoms. Many youth are recovering from traumas experienced during the pandemic, including the loss of family members, the burden of growing up quickly to care for younger siblings or relatives, financial hardships involving food and housing insecurities, and more. There's also the exposure to increased domestic violence and poverty-related stressors. Adolescents from disadvantaged communities are at higher risk of continuing distress, poverty, and missing out on educational and occupational opportunities. We also know that the LGBT community is so much more vulnerable, and especially during this pandemic, is even more vulnerable to mental health, in their mental health. And I really appreciate people bringing that up today and the panel that's going to be later talking about the research. Statistics continue to slowly come out on the impact of the pandemic. However, it will be years before we truly see the effect. With all of this, we remember what happened to you is only part of your story. It is not about what happened to you. What matters is who you grew up to become in the aftermath. How did you survive, cope, grow, and thrive? No one can predict the future. It's not about what happened to, I'm sorry, I just read that. No one can predict the future, but there is something you can do to better prepare yourself for whatever the next stage of the pandemic might look like and your future after. This is developing your resilience. Resilience can help us get through and overcome hardship. Resiliency is the capacity to recover from difficulties, changes, and misfortune. It's not just recovering and surviving. Resilience encompasses not simply avoiding negative outcomes in the face of challenge, but also cultivating growth as we learn to identify, optimize, and apply our strengths to overcoming that challenge and thriving. We can certainly get through something, but if there is a long-lasting negative impact, then we really need to do more to build our resilience to get rid of those negative effects. Everyone has resilience. The difference is how much we have and how we use it, and how we actively develop it. Resilience is not something that we're necessarily born with. It's built over time as the experiences we have interact with our unique genetic makeup. It is shaped by our caregivers, mostly when we're children, individual personality factors, and it's a skill we can build. It's realizing you could do a lot more you give yourself credit for, even if it doesn't feel that way. Learning that life is very unpredictable and precious, so there is a need to cherish the little things. Learning you can be independent and don't have to rely on others anymore for your own happiness. Only you can really create that for yourself. So how do we build resiliency? Many components of resilience. So the first that I'm going to talk about is importance of strong, supportive, healthy relationships. We need to be investing our time and our energy in our relationships with our family, our friends, our siblings, our significant other. Healthy relationships are key to persevering through hardships. Peer connectiveness can be virtual or in person. There are a lot of components of what builds resilience in healthy relationships. So important in these healthy relationships that you get to be your authentic self, that you actually push yourself to be your authentic self, allowing yourself to be vulnerable, setting boundaries with your friends, sharing when you're upset but have control over your emotions, being honest if something is upsetting you, or if you're embarrassed or just suffering with something. Equally important, you need to be able to sit with it when a friend is giving you that feedback and not be reactive and not take it personal. This is a practice that is not always easy, but the more that we do this, the stronger our resilience will become. I recommend doing these things face-to-face, whether that means video chat. If not face-to-face, at least on the phone. Not by text, not by voice note. It's very uncomfortable to express ourselves sometimes to others, but remember what I said about avoidance. The more that you avoid, the harder it will be the next time you try something. And avoidance does breed mental illness. Having a positive self-image. How we see ourselves and think of ourselves, our abilities and our strengths. There's a lot of things I can't do, or that I mess up when I try, but it is important to own the things I do well, and on the flip side, not make my shortcomings define me and everything I am. Recognizing what you have control of and taking charge. Taking control of what you can and knowing the difference. What's outside of your control? What is within your control? And how can you adapt in the situation? When we focus on what we cannot control, we are more likely to become hopeless and feel helpless, two conditions which drastically decrease resilience. Utilizing healthy coping strategies rather than harmful ones. Avoiding substance use as a coping skill. Avoiding alcohol as a coping skill. So Alex Panton Foundation supports people far into their 20s. Drinking is legal for when you're over 18. So I was at a workshop a couple weeks ago where people said, are you telling me I can't drink? No, I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you, don't use it as a coping mechanism. Don't drink when you're feeling really upset or when you had a really bad day. Relaxation skills. Reducing the tension and stress you feel daily in the moment. There's also playfulness. Something I was thinking about recently is dressing up for Halloween. When we have our kids and they're young, there's nothing more fun than dressing up for Halloween. Kids love it. Parents love doing it with them. Then something happens in our teens where suddenly kids become too old, too cool to dress up for Halloween. Suddenly it's not fun anymore. They need to be mature. But then we hit 18, the people who go to college, now we're dressing up again for Halloween and we're having the best time ever. Certainly 30s, 40s, people are having parties, and here we are dressing up again, enjoying Halloween. So what happened in our teenage years, in those young adolescent years? What was really going on there that people stopped dressing up for Halloween and stopped engaging in that playfulness that we also really, really enjoy? So important. Laughing, making a conscious effort to have fun, even if we don't feel like it or aren't in the mood, spending time with a friend, playing a game, watching funny videos. Then there's self-care and wellness. Reading, meditating, gardening, working out, fishing, crafting, finding what brings you a sense of calm and peace to offset the stress that you may already be under. No matter what it is, if it's a healthy coping strategy, it helps to mitigate the effects of distress. Then there's the ability to regulate our emotions and manage impulses. I could literally talk about this all day. I've talked about it at several conferences that I've been asked to speak at, and we do this in all of our workshops. We can do a 90-minute talk of this every day, and it's still going to be a skill we all need to build. We need to practice building our emotional intelligence, which is understanding our own emotions, triggers, thoughts, feelings, and expectations. The ability to find positive meaning in life events. What message are we walking away with? How are we making sense of this? Are we in a state of being that life's not fair, I'm a failure, this is hopeless, nothing ever works out? Are we stuck on why did this happen? Is it because I'm a failure, because I suck, I can't be happy, I'm not good enough, or things will never change? All of these thoughts might come in, and we might not be able to stop them from coming into our head, but it's what we do in those moments to deal with them. Am I going to learn from this? My personal favorite is, I did the best I could with what I had. And we do have affirmation cards that you're all welcome to contact my office to get, which says this. Is it out of my control? Bad things just happen. And if we accept that without internalizing it, without personalizing it, without making it mean that it's our fault, this can allow us to move on in a very healthy way. Then there's just having a vision, setting realistic goals and having determination to follow through. No matter what we face, resilience is about resetting and making sure we are on track with our goals and not letting things throw us off from those goals. People have been through terrible accidents, physically handicapped or disabled, and then they end up completing and running marathons with a prosthetic foot. Are we really different than them? Why do we have to be so different? Being clear on our values. In therapy, there's a therapeutic modality that all of my therapists are trained in, and it's acceptance commitment therapy, or ACT. Values is a huge part of that. Values drive so much of what we do in order to make sure we are able to be resilient. We need to be clear on these values and how we are going to react to our stressors and keep in line with our values. Health, physical fitness, exercise, sleep, proper nutrition. We know exercise works. We know sleep is imperative. We know eating properly can make a difference. But if we don't take care of these things, if one building block flops, then all of the rest go. So these are things that we can all do, but then there's also some parenting strategies for developing resilience in our kids. Harvard University Center for Child Development has identified 4 positive processes that can help children develop resilience and better cope with adversity. 1, facilitating supportive adult-child relationships. 2, building a sense of self-efficacy and perceived control. And this is the belief in his or her ability to impact change within their own life, and us really helping our children cultivate that. 3, providing opportunities to strengthen adaptive skills and self-regulatory capacities. And 4, mobilizing sources of faith, hope, and cultural traditions. We can also be emotion coaches as parents. And I'm not saying anybody should try to be their kid's therapist or coach on a regular basis, but there is some emotion coaching we can do. Problem solving with our kids, helping them to develop a sense of agency. Labeling and reflecting experiences and emotions to help them develop emotional intelligence and understanding. It's also important that when our kids see us going through something, we identify our own emotions. We say it out loud so they can learn to start identifying theirs. Being there for our kids in the small things so that they will come to you for the important things. Being fully present, caring about their favorite TV shows or current interests. Some youths may have different reactions to stress or be unaware of how to cope, so it's crucial that parents remain patient, understanding, and supportive. Parents should acknowledge their child's feelings and assure them that it's natural to feel a full range of emotions, scared included, especially during the pandemic when the situation is still constantly changing. Then there's the pro-social behavior, such as encouraging volunteer work as a family, acts of kindness or helping, and supporting community members. This is seen to have boosted adolescents' positive effect in life satisfaction. Parents need to play a key role in monitoring their children's use of digital platforms. Although virtual supports can allow youth to keep learning and stay connected, increased online access brings heightened risks for children's safety, protection, and privacy. It is important that parents have discussion with their children about what they need to know using the internet, what appropriate behavior looks like. It's also so important that if your friends have social networks online and they're maybe struggling at school with friends, but they have a lot of friends online, encourage them to video chat these friends. Then, just like you would if you were having friends come over your house or, before you're letting them go on a play date, you want to meet them, meet their parents, encourage them to turn on that video chat and meet their new friends right online. I don't know if this sounds foreign for some, but it's so important. And I talk about this all the time with teens that I work with. And usually there's some kind of excuse for not video chatting. But sometimes that's coming from a source of anxiety where it's much easier to type or to talk versus see someone face to face. But that's how we get over that. So an exercise for today could be asking yourselves, your kids, what positive and negative impacts the pandemic has had on their lives. The proactive approach can help them reflect on their experiences. So it's not just parents, but it's the entire community, including the government, that can really help. So something that's really important is have a call to action for a few things here, and I'm so glad to hear Andre Ebanks speak earlier. There needs to be some major legislation change to cover mental health as any other illness. Mental health care has a longer duration, frequency, and intensity than treating other conditions. This needs to be recognized, and it needs to be recognized today, tomorrow, and not next year. As a member of the Mental Health Commission and just as a mental health clinic owner, I've been speaking a lot about health insurance coverage. Now, Cineco is one thing, and this is an incredible insurance company that government provides for people, but no other insurance company is like this. And we really need to create legislation that is going to support more mental health coverage, and not just inpatient coverage. The reality is that most people will never need inpatient therapy. However, when they need inpatient, they need a lot more than $30,000. And they need this, they might need this a few times throughout their life. And again, it's going to be a larger amount than what we have. And I'm very curious why that amount has been chosen versus the amounts that we put towards for other big illnesses. Our law does not cover and does not make it mandatory for the insurance companies to cover outpatient therapy. But so that's a big step that needs to happen, and creating a minimum amount that needs to be covered even amongst the SHIC plan. People who have the SHIC plan have mental health issues too and have mental health concerns that they need to be treated for. And we can't deny that and just have it be a privilege for people, especially when the SHIC plan is not cheap. So this is, and again, I know a lot of our politicians and our community have been focused on keeping us safe from COVID-19, but these are some of the things that have gone to the wayside. And it's right now super important that we start making changes to the legislation and doing it a little quicker than how normal legislation changes. We also need to be proactive, and that's not a fault, but it's the reality. Being proactive versus reactive. All schools should have a life skills with mental health training built into it from an early age. There's so much focus on IQ, but what happens to EQ, which is the ability to understand use and manage your own emotions in positive ways to relieve stress, communicate effectively, empathize with others, and overcome challenges and diffuse conflict? It is very well known that the higher EQ you have, this is a better predictor of your success in the workplace than IQ. fact. I encourage people to stay in school, go to college. I love learning. I'm always continuing to learn. Big goals to, finish a PhD. But the reality is people that don't go to college, they can be just as successful, even if not more successful, because they have a high EQ. And we really need to encourage young kids. I mean, I have someone in pre-K 4 and in first grade, and at their school, they do things for mental health and for relaxation, yoga, meditation, but there's so many other things that can be offered, and it shouldn't just be at private schools who can afford it. Someone needs to be trained for the public schools, and this is happening on a weekly basis from a very young age. The next thing that I really want to call for action is more case managers for NAU, the hospital, social services, to ensure that people are able to access what they need. We have parents who are physically disabled and mentally ill on government assistance. Who is helping to ensure their children are getting the support they need? I get calls all the time, and I'm dealing with clients that I complained about with tons of government officials that are here, and we need this support. The fact that these departments are so underfunded and understaffed speaks volumes. Again, so happy to hear that Minister Ebanks is thinking about this, and I know our Premier thinks about this as well, but I really want to see this happen. We need to fund these departments more. Mental health really needs to be a priority that not only we speak about, but that we start putting more money towards. A whole government COVID-19 mental health response and well-being recovery plan that reflects a cross-governmental approach to mental health and well-being during the coronavirus crisis recovery phase. Then there's just the promoting the Cayman kindness. A society infused with the ethos of kindness is more likely to be resilient against crises than one rooted in conflict and lack of mutual respect. We need this from not only our community members, but from the top down. It is vital that professional and more informal community maternal mental health in early years is supported during the pandemic and recovery. Pregnancy and the very earliest years of a child's life represent a unique opportunity for preventing mental health problems in childhood, adulthood, and later in life, with home visit programs and evidence-based parenting support starting for when people are in the hospital, starting from when people are pregnant and going through some things, that they're receiving some support. 2 of my staff recently, in the last 2 years, have become certified perinatal counselors. We have had just such an influx of people contacting us who have had miscarriages, stillbirths, people who are having infertility problems, and then certainly all the mental health problems that might come after giving birth. We need to focus on this. Local authorities should provide funding for development of safe places for social connection and interaction via community and support. Improve the physical environment in neighborhoods and leisure areas, creating safe spaces for outdoor activities and green environments. We need to start protecting more some of our outside spaces that really are just some of the best in the world in Cayman. Being outside and in nature is good for our mental health. So today we talked about the impact of the pandemic on long-term mental health, how to build resiliency, and what we can do as a community and government to support this. I appreciate your time today, and I'd like to open you up into this conversation. What are your thoughts, experiences, and questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Sutton. Now we have the opportunity to ask Sutton a few questions. Let me just remind you to raise your hand, raise it high, so that our mic runners can see you and bring the mic to you.
Thank you for this amazing presentation. I definitely appreciate the topics that you have brought up that does need to be discussed and actions need to take place. I do have a question, if you can give your opinion on what should we do in a situation where a student confides in a school counselor requesting that they do not alert the parents, as it will make the situation worse, but they do it anyways, and so now that student is suffering worse off than before at home, and now they are traumatized from going to seeking any type of help. I understand this can be tricky, especially when the counselor believes the student is in danger, but is there anything that we can do?
This is a great question. And I have heard this coming up on a few occasions. So I think for that person, the peer group surrounding that person, it can really be helpful in this situation, and bringing in an adult that is trusted. So you asked a question earlier, what do we do if someone is really not into counseling? Like, that's not your thing. I would say counselors are like trying on jeans. You might need to try on a few before you find the right one. Dallas, one of my clinicians always says this. I've had to try, I'm not for everybody, and I know that. I've had to try out many other therapists for myself to find the right one. But for something like this, there needs to be a trusted adult that's involved. Maybe it's a couple trusted adults. And then from there, kind of coming up with a plan on what needs to happen to support this child, whether that's family intervention as well. Family counseling could be extremely helpful in this situation. Family, some parenting, but also just some mediation as well between child and adults. Now, of course, if it's not safe in the home, that's a whole other issue, and that's why trusted adults need to be brought in to talk.
Thank
Hi,
you.
Ms. Bird, we had a question for you.
Oh, thank you. Hi, Sutton. Fiona McDougall, also on the Mental Health Commission with Sutton. It's less of a question, it's actually just a reinforcement with respect to coverage for outpatient mental health. So not only in Cayman, but jurisdictions across the world, mental health has historically been, in terms of health care, the poor cousin. And we see that in what's evolved with health insurance coverage. And the crazy thing is, if you run the data, you actually see that if you put in the coverage for community and outpatient mental health care, you actually significantly reduce the episodes of acute care and the significantly more expensive cost for inpatient care. And so I think it's just important for governments to understand, if you're reflecting on legislation and what's going to be covered, you just need to run the data. You'll see that the savings are there, right? Can you imagine if we didn't have primary care for our physical health, and that if you felt sick every time you had to go to the hospital at 6 times the cost? It's the same with mental health. We need that primary care, that preventative care, annual check-ins. I encourage my children, who obviously have grown up with me, so they know I'm a big supporter of the mental health system, but I encourage them to normalize mental health check-ins on an annual basis, just like you would do a physical check with your physician every year for your physical health.
Thank you. And it's important to note that, there is, for most people, that check-in will be totally fine. But then there is a percentage of the population that is going to need that ongoing support. And with therapy, it's not once a month. Someone was just telling me about a client in another country who was told by their national insurance that they were going to give them 3 appointments to see a mental health counselor a month apart. This person is in crisis. So what do we do in that situation? I definitely encourage all of our leaders here today to really sit down and look at the data. Bring in someone, a consultant that knows this stuff. Please do not look at how the United States and the UK deal with their mental health. I promise you, I was on a call with insurance companies last week, and we can, a lot of times when someone is trying to get information, you look to other companies that are already doing it. Those companies are not doing what's best for our community. Those companies are doing what's best for the business. And when it comes to mental health, it has to be something else looked at.
Yeah.
So thank you, Fiona.
One final question. I believe there's a question over in the right.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. It was really well thought out and really well executed. You are definitely very passionate about what you're speaking about, so that definitely came through for me. My name is Roshana Hides. I am Miss World Cayman Islands 2021, and my platform is mental health, so I'm super happy to be here and to hear from so many incredible speakers. And I just wanted to reiterate what the lady over there said about legislation changes for outpatient mental health coverage. It is so needed and so important. And also to echo your plea for more investment in things like NAU and like social services, that's also so needed. So I just wanted to appeal to anybody who has a say in that, who has power to make that change. I would love to help. I would love to be a part of that. So Thank you so much, and that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate being here today. I truly believe that Cayman can be a utopia and that we can be the leader and example for the rest of the world for mental health, for the environment. There's so many things that we can do in this small, beautiful island of ours, and we have the resources. This is, I think that's split in regards to the haves and have-nots in a lot of way, but we do have incredible resources here that we can totally tap into if everybody came together and really supported it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sutton. And we'd like to thank the sponsors and supporters of the Alex Panton Foundation who allow the foundation to offer its financial assistance program pending these necessary changes in the health insurance. Okay, so up next is a part of the program that I think we've all been looking forward to. It's a panel discussion on youth voice, how we maintain hope in these uncertain times. I'd like to introduce to the stage Mr. Bill Lamont, our Youth Ambassador to Program Education Coordinator, who together with Dr. Erica Lam has done a tremendous job with this program. Join me in welcoming Bill Lamont and the Youth Ambassadors Program.
So, good morning and almost good afternoon. It's been so amazing hearing these speakers, from the governor to the ministers to the experts. So just another really big round of applause for all of the great voices today. It's just so awesome. And I'm going to make this pretty brief because I think the youth voice is so important. I just wanted to start with a message of appreciation for all of the people attending today, both virtually and in person, and especially to Jane and Wayne Panton for establishing a foundation that truly embraces and elevates youth voice. I think that is so important. And it's refreshing to see that during these challenging times, during COVID and the pandemic, that Cayman is embracing intergenerational conversations. These are healing conversations when we get people of all generations together to talk about the issues. And unfortunately, oftentimes our decisions globally are made while leaving out the very people who those decisions will impact in the future. So I commend our current government for really opening the door to these intergenerational conversations, and I hope that that continues. So on the stage, you will soon find amazing youth ambassadors. They are scholars and athletes, they're musicians and artists, and they're students just like many of the children in your families. They have struggled during these difficult times, but they are what I consider Cayman's Avengers. They are current and future superheroes in their own right, wanting to make these islands a better place for us all. And they have big hearts and strong voices. So it is my hope that you will listen with an open heart. So I'm just going to introduce them really quickly. They're going to line up over here, and then we have an amazing moderator as well. So we have Soleil Parkinson, Isabella Davale, Dahani Baden, Lily Hogg, Jadari Lumley, and our moderator today is a co-founder of the Youth Ambassador Program. This is Miss Kristen Jackson, who many of you have seen in the past as well. So please give a huge round of applause for these amazing people. And I definitely encourage you to cheer when you hear something that resonates with you, and just give them as much support as you can. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that introduction, Mr. Bill, and good morning / almost good afternoon, everyone. Before I kick off our panel, I invite those of you here with me today and anybody watching at home to join me in a moment of silence to remember those we've lost to substance abuse, suicide, and other issues relating to mental health. Thank you. I now invite the panelists to state their name, age, and school, and to make sure you turn around your name cards.
Hello everyone, I am Jadari Lumley, I am 17 years old and I attend UCCI.
Hello everyone, my name is Lily Hogg. I attend CIS International, Cayman International School, and I'm 15 years old.
Good morning everyone, I'm Dehani Bodden and I attend UCCI. I'm 17 years old.
Hello, I'm Isabella Duvale. I'm 17 years old and I attend Cayman Prep and High School.
Hello, my name is Soleil Parkinson. I'm 18 years old and I attend Cayman International School.
Okay, our first question today is, what are the major issues facing teens today during these uncertain times? And guys, feel free to grab the mics and pull them closer to you. So, Isabella, would you like to start us off?
Sure. I would just like to note that nobody is really doing okay in these uncertain times. And to add to that, as Dr. Sahari Smith said, it can feel like we often have a never-ending to-do list, and that is only exacerbated by the uncertainty of COVID-19. Furthermore, things such as social media can often only show the highlights of people's lives and not really what they're struggling with. And that's also to say with school, usually you can put on a brave face while you're at school and then just shut down at home. So it's really hard to tell who's struggling, and then it can make you feel alone in that way. So it's very important and unifying to say that everybody is struggling in these times.
Thank you. Dehani?
Adding on to that, adults really do pack on a lot of the stresses onto their children, which I think is an issue that a lot of people don't really address. The social stigma of wanting to grow up fast to take care of the family is something that's ingrained into us from a very young age. And I really don't think that we have a chance to really just facilitate that growth that we get, how we nurture our inner child, how we just persevere and adapt to what this situation currently is. So there are many things that a lot of teens are struggling with, and due to COVID, a lot of job opportunities have been sort of negated. And the parent has to really focus on that to provide for the family. So a lot of teenagers take care of their younger siblings. They take up a part-time job or a full-time one in order to support the family if they hadn't dropped out of school already, which is providing a lot of stress for the teenager, which could dramatically impact their mental health and their productivity. And anxiety of the financial stability of the family unit is an increasingly problematic thing that is occurring due to COVID-19. And I will pass that on to Jadari Lumley.
Adding on to Dehani's points, burnout and depression also are quite prevalent during these times. And just to clarify, burnout is a special type of work-related stress that exhausts the person and has depression symptoms as well. And anyone can get it as well because everyone's working. And so this happens especially in teens if they're taking up jobs, taking care of their siblings, and balancing school life and other stressors in their life. They can develop burnout and eventually depression, which can also lead to isolation because they have to grow up so fast, as Dehani said, and they don't connect with people their age anymore because they're too tired, too busy, or they're just surpassing their age level at this point.
Lily?
I'd like to agree with Jadari. Burnout is a really serious and real thing. Also, to answer the question, I think a heavily prevalent issue in teens' lives today is the rising rate of academical stress and a lack of resources and information on how to manage it. This has been an issue since before the pandemic, but as you know, the pandemic makes everything worse. I've noticed a lot of stress accumulates in the high school, as that's where teens my age spend the majority of their time. The environment can be very pressuring there to act a certain way and to get a certain grade. And there's this notion at school that our future success is dependent on our academical success. And what grades you need to get into college in order to get into a job. A lot of people's definition of success is getting into a good job. Nowadays, there's so much more pressure to get into a good college in order to get into a good job. And for some people, college is so much more expensive than it was back in the day, especially in the United States. So a lot of people are relying on scholarships to get in there. and this can therefore lead to the prioritization of grades and academics before mental health. And research has shown that academic stress leads to a very unhealthy mentality and increased likelihood of developing anxiety and depression, as well as bad coping habits such as using an excess amount of drugs, overeating, and social media addiction. So academic stress and stress about the future and jobs is a major issue concerning teens' lives today.
Thank you. Soleil?
Yeah, so especially during current times, I think an issue we're really dealing with as teenagers is the loss of social connection and affection. So due to the pandemic, we've had to deal with things like social distancing, masks, and quarantine, which have all changed our day-to-day interactions. So this, where we used to use physical and expressions to show how we're feeling, we've now had to focus on switching to communicating verbally how we're feeling, which can be a big switch for a lot of us and cause a lot of stress within teenagers. It can also lead to a lack of coping mechanisms, as lots of people use affection and interaction as a way of coping. Along with this, masks has also caused a large issue for connection for us, as we're no longer able to use facial expressions to show how we're feeling, and having to switch to learning how to use our voices. So there's a big struggle with learning how to balance being safe and healthy while also getting enough connection and affection to feel happy, supportive, and loved in our environments.
So in summary, no one is okay. And as youth, we have some really heavy questions on our mind. Are we going to be able to sustainably develop the Cayman Islands? Are we ever going to bring down the cost of living? Are we going to be able to strengthen our mental health support systems? So this increased uncertainty leads me to my next question. How do we handle this? How are teens today able to cope with these situations in positive ways to tackle this uncertainty? So, Isabella, would you like to start us off again?
Sure. So what I would like to say is that as nobody is really doing okay, building a proper support group with loved ones, friends, and family is extremely important, as you can ask questions and be checked on with your friends and family. It's important for you to check on them, and they can check on you. You can also bring comfort to yourself knowing that you have people who will talk to you and support you in your uncertain times and times of mental distress. Furthermore, communication is essential in building rapport and therapeutic relationships. So it's very important to have these good support groups, friends and family close to you, and all of that, just to help support you in these times. Thank you.
Lily?
To add on to Dahani's point in the first question, in a situation where parents and adults are taking stress and negativity from work and taking it to home, and how that's affecting the relationships at home. Some ways to cope with this would first being addressing the situation with your parents if it's appropriate and safe to, because sometimes people don't know how much of an effect they have. So they might not know how much an effect they have on you by bringing their stress home. And you don't know how much an effect you have by listening to them and understanding their situation. Parents aren't perfect, and we need to be more aware of that. We also have more of an effect by helping the social dynamic at home by eliminating some of the workload from the household. Little things like putting things away after you use them, or doing your dishes, or folding the laundry could be really good to help the dynamic at home and reduce some of the stress that your parents are already facing. Another way that you can cope with this situation is taking a step back. A lot of kids my age, when we don't want to deal with our parents, we go into our rooms. And this isn't so much of a bad thing. We need to make sure that we don't blame ourselves for other people's emotions, and not blame ourselves for what our parents are feeling and how they're dealing with their stress. We cannot control other people's emotions and feelings, but we can control our response to it. So having a healthy response could be just taking a step back from the situation and focusing on yourself and having a positive effect on yourself. Another thing you can do at the end of the day is using your parents' stress as a learning opportunity. Ask your parents what they wish they would have done at your age in order to prevent the stress they have today. Also, another thing that we need to remember is that how people treat others is often a direct reflection on how they feel about themselves. So some understanding, communication, and patience can go a long way.
Dahani, would you like to elaborate on this point?
Yes, Lily's point was absolutely phenomenal. So just expanding on that, I'd like to really just define one of the first things that we learned as teenagers when we started quarantining with our parents. That is, if our parents are happy, we are. So, thank you, Mom. So there are certain things that parents should do and certain techniques that they should employ to really create an atmosphere of positivity, have a better outlook. There's certain languages that or cues that you should really avoid from showing your child to really keep them from assuming the worst of things. Because with the advent of us quarantining for so long, our morale has started going down. And I think we all really understood what sort of toll that had on our productivity. So if someone is struggling with their job and they're not raking in as much revenue as they should, I don't think that they should say, oh, we're gonna have to tighten our belts this month. Don't go socializing with your friends or anything because we might not make it to the end of the month. That is not the right thing to do. Just say, hey, we're a little short of cash. Maybe be a little bit more considerate. But it's just that change of language that can take you so much further, that gives them hope. I think that's really the main message of persevering through this. And another thing is being a shoulder of support for your parents, because if the breadwinner isn't really producing or being as productive as they should be, I don't think the child would thrive as much as they would. So in turn of just doing little things that help them become more productive. I know for a fact that I help my mom print things whenever she's just overloaded with work. She really likes that a lot. She's very grateful for that, and I'm grateful for her just getting out there, doing everything, just knowing what she has to do through that. And sometimes students hold the majority of the stress because our parents might want us to just go ahead and get scholarships, but like Lily said, the threshold for becoming academically successful is a lot higher than it was a couple years ago. So with the added stress onto that, I don't think we really have that, well, I don't think a lot of us have the mindset to really just see a future for ourselves if we're seeing our parents, for some of us, our heroes, struggle. So I'll pass that on to the next one. Thank you.
So, Jadari, can you tell us a little bit about coping techniques for stress?
Yes, indeed. So we need to know that stress isn't just in our minds or manifests in our minds, it manifests in our body as well, because hormones called cortisol are released when we're feeling stressed. And it can increase the blood sugar, increase heart rate, and create tension in the muscles. And if we're constantly feeling this stress, it's going to exhaust and strain our body because it will affect all of our bodily systems. So it's important to know how to cope with these. And the first thing, which was mentioned previously, which I fully appreciate, is to feel your feelings. Don't bottle it up and make it flow, because emotions are biological. It's inevitable. You cannot get away from it. So to let it flow through your body, that's what it's supposed to do. And then eventually release it, because you don't want to hold on to it. Then after you felt your feelings and you're dealing with the stressful problem, then is to find the solution, find the root of the problem, be specific. And I'm actually taking a critical thinking class, and I got this from my textbook, Thinking Critically by John Shaffey. And it gives a problem-solving solution to acknowledge the problem, specify the problem, find alternatives and advantages and disadvantages of those alternatives, create a solution, take action, and analyze your solution. The next way to cope with stress is to just play with your inner child. Just because we're growing up doesn't mean we have to forget the pleasures in life that we took as a kid. Just indulge in it. Like, take time from this fast-paced world and just be who you were, how you want to be. And then an underrated technique are breathing techniques. It may just seem insignificant that we're just breathing in and out, but there are actual techniques that help because it's biological. It increases oxygen to your brain. It lowers your heart rate and blood sugar. It's biological. And it also grounds you to the present because we're all scattered, present, past, future, all at the same time. But we just need to be in the present moment.
Thank you. Soleil, can you, oh, are we clapping? Let's give her a round of applause, people. Soleil, can you talk about social interaction?
Yeah, so I think when we look at coping with the lack of social interaction, it's first important to recognize it's okay not to cope. We're all missing this large component of our life, and it's okay to feel bad about it. But the first step we have to take towards coping with this is learning to be patient with everyone around us and with ourselves. Verbal communication is not the majority of people's strength. So switching completely to learning how to do this is going to take time and patience, and we're going to struggle. So we really just have to learn how to accept that it's going to be difficult and be patient with that process. I think a solution that can be really helpful in getting healthy amounts of connection and affection is working towards creating smaller, closer friend groups that focus on quality over quantity. So we can still maintain that affection and connection while also having the balance of being safe and knowing who we're surrounding ourselves with. Also, I think it's very important for us to focus on healthy social media use, where we're focusing less on glamorizing our own lives and using social media to connect with other people in our lives through calling, texting, but having healthy conversations that help us to connect without dealing with the possible unsafety during COVID times. So yeah, I think all of these things can help us as teenagers increase and maintain our connection.
Thank you. I think another key point to note is that just spending some time in the environment, enjoying nature, can really help decrease your level of stress, and appreciating the beach and making sure you go on a Sunday or a Monday evening or whenever works for you is important. So just to summarize, parents, understand boundaries. I am completely aware of financial struggles that many parents face, and understand sometimes those boundaries do have to be invalidated because you may need your child to step up and take a job after school, but it is not your child's responsibility to help you work through your own trauma. And I hope all of you here today give yourself the permission to feel whatever it is you need to feel, whether that's grief, frustration, happiness, and grant yourself the permission to then release that emotion and to let it go. So on to our third question. What more needs to be done to help support teens in these uncertain times? Isabella?
Yes, I feel like it's very important to note, and what I personally feel, and I assume many others feel, is that schools and the government have a very important responsibility in making sure that their students and children feel like they are heard and supported in these times. Schools need to have a bigger role in reducing the stigma associated with discussing these topics. And as, was stated previously, that I feel like having life skill classes will really help this, as it can teach students ways that they can cope with these feelings. But also to add to that, these lessons should not be restricted by age. As I know, like in the past, if you're in a younger year, people or adults might assume that you're too young to understand the feelings that older kids might be feeling, when that's really not true. And in reality, it's just restricting information that they might require at the time. And I feel like also teacher training is very important, as it can help develop skills that teachers can help students in lesson. And I would like to hand off to Lily to build on this point.
Yes, I agree with all of Isabella's points. Schools can do so much more to support students' mental health. As I've mentioned before, academic stress is on the rise, and students' mental health needs to be taken into account before grades. Because believe it or not, when a student's mental health is good, so are their grades. So teaching students stress management and emotional intelligence is just as important as teaching them math and science to their future success. Another major solution to student stress at school is having more communication between students and teachers. A simple check-in at the beginning of class can give a teacher more of an insight to the students' needs and whether or not they should assign a bunch of work. This communication is critical for maintaining the balance between work and life for students.
Tahani?
So just taking a call back to Jadari's point and even Ms. Burks, I think the environment is crucial for maintaining a good mental health. Us as humans, we thrive off of being in nature because it increases our brain productivity, increases a lot of hormones and endorphins that are released, and therefore making our mind that much sharper. I believe in the mantra that a healthy body is a healthy mind, and that if you really take that to a higher level, you can just do anything. I don't really think that one person is just strong in one thing and they can't really do the other. I don't really like to believe in that sort of stigma that people just really can't flesh out themselves and go out and really facilitate their grasping their emotions, just to put it simply. Thank you.
Soleil, any advice for students struggling with social connection?
Yes, I think that while it's important to reflect internally on how you can work on your own communication, it's also very important to seek outside help. 70% of American adults deal with social anxiety, so not only is this helpful to teenagers, but adults as well. I think we need to have workshops, infographics, and other information increased within our community to show not only teens, but adults how they can learn to communicate better and how to have healthier coping mechanisms and healthier conversations. I think once we have more healthy conversations within workplaces, schools, and the home especially, all of us from young ages to older ages can learn how to better process our emotions and how we can communicate our emotions better to the people around us.
Thank you. Let's give our panelists a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So, to summarize, what I'm hearing is that we need to streamline and support our systems. In 2020, the National Drug Council conducted its biannual student survey, and it spanned across grades 7 to 12 and encompassed more than 3,478 responses. And they found that 1 in 6 students, let me say this again, 1 in 6 students contemplated suicide. 1 in 6. There are 6 of us up here. So, where do we go from here? I think we need to have a national policy regarding what steps teachers, counselors, principals take when certain mental health circumstances arise. As a community, how do we talk about this tragic loss? Is it something we currently discuss in schools? How do we cope? Do we talk about how to deal with grief? Because, ladies and gentlemen, you don't move on from grief. You move forward with grief. But I think more importantly, not only do we need to make therapy more accessible in terms of, financial support, but we need a 24-hour mental health hotline. I mean, our youth ambassadors have said it before, and I'll say it again. I cannot schedule my mental breakdowns. They do not operate on a 9 to 5. So, thanks, Jane. So, what is one kernel of hope you would like to leave our audience with? Isabella?
Yes. I would like to say it might be a little bit difficult during COVID, but when given the opportunity, treasure the physical contact you have with friends and family. And by this I mean hugging, as it can release oxytocin, like bonding hormones, which can further help build your support groups. Furthermore, it also releases feel-good hormones such as endorphins. And appreciate your loved ones. when given the opportunity. Enjoy the time you have together, as it's very important to have these relationships. Thank you.
Soleil? I think one kernel of hope that COVID has brought us is the importance of realizing that we need to slow down and reflect. Not only have we as individuals learned that we need to take time to understand what our body needs, what we need for our physical and mental health, but also workplaces, schools, we're all realizing how important it is to put ourselves first, focus on ourselves before focusing on things like grades and others, our relations with others. So I think that this is a really strong kernel of hope for us moving forward.
Lily?
I think COVID taught us a lot about being grateful for things that we used to take for granted, such as traveling, hugging, and seeing people's full faces. And given this in mind, there's still a lot of things we need to be grateful for, such as life. It's a privilege to be alive right now, even in these uncertain times. We're still able to breathe, even if it's through a mask. And we also need to take the time to show others that we're grateful for them being alive as well.
Tahani?
Something that's notable to carry on would be that adaptability could just prepare you for anything. It is a hallmark of being human. That's what makes us individuals, that we can adapt to any situation. We can analyze, we can critique, we could collaborate. I don't think that we are all alone if we just make that final push to really put our minds together like we are now. I am really proud of the Cayman Islands and what they've been doing with regulating the COVID-19 virus. So I'd like to give a round of applause to the government in its entirety for helping us with that.
Jadari?
Building off of Soleil's point, it was definitely a time for self-improvement, even for myself, because you can either build off of your hobbies that you've been putting down or even create new hobbies, and not just developing your physical state, but also your mental and emotional state, which is very important in today's world. And also just choosing what you value in life, prioritizing your health as well, and not always choosing work over your well-being, because how are you going to function with your work if your physical health is not intact?
While the lack of completely bolstered systems may make you feel alone, to everyone here and watching at home, you are not alone. I would just like to reiterate that we're living in these uncertain times, and change has been accelerated. It was always there before, but we're at an increased rate now. But folks, change isn't the option. It's inevitable. Growth is. Growth is a choice. And I hope as a community we choose to have more conversations surrounding mental health, and we are vulnerable, and we do hold those who have the power to make change in our community accountable. Just one final point I'd like to leave you with, folks, is that I really value the partnership that this foundation and other charities have created, and I'm so incredibly proud of those companies that are sponsoring. And I understand the importance of partnership, but charities should not be providing the primary source for social services. So I really believe, and everyone here and our fellow youth ambassadors watching at home, we believe that we will truly do better as a society and as a community to move Cayman forward, and we implore you to help us in that process. So I'd like to now invite the audience and anybody watching at home for questions. We're not going to bite.
You promise not to bite? No, I think it was a really great point. I think it was by Isabella that the younger kids do understand. They are very smart. They pick up on a lot of stuff from adults and even the older teens in the school. So having someone there to, like you said, from a young age, to teach that emotional intelligence, right? And like what Sutton was talking about, can make a world of difference. I wish I had it when I was that age, but it does make a world of difference. So I think that was a really, really good point. If we get in earlier, we can help them navigate that challenging time of those teenage years.
Thank you.
I had a question over. I just want to say thank you so much. You all did an incredible job. And I look forward to speaking with you and seeing what you do, because this was a great conversation. I do love some of the things that you spoke about regarding parents really looking at themselves and how they can regulate their own emotions in front of their children or their teens. That plays a major role. We were doing a lot of talking here today, and certainly my talk was trying to help teenagers deal with their emotions and build emotional intelligence. And certainly this is a huge, huge, huge thing that all of us adults should be looking at for ourselves as well, which there's great books that talk about emotional intelligence in the workplace and how far this gets you. But for us to be doing this in front of our children, I think this was an incredible point that you made.
Thank you.
Hi, Isabella. Thank you so much for touching on the emotional intelligence of the younger, from the time they're really starting to go to school, even before that. But I'd also like to draw everyone's attention to the emotional literacy program that's in almost most primary schools in the Cayman Islands right now, and it's being very well received. I don't really have the stats on how many children it's reached, but if you go on our website, you'll learn about it, and if it's not in your school, which I thought it was, you can go on there and find out about it. I was looking for Dr. Lam, but she's not. Okay. 3,000 students, ages 5 to 9 right now, and I think we're also introducing a new program for teenagers this year. Yes, and it's in all of the government primary schools, and quite a few of the private schools as well. So, yeah, the comments from the kids and the teachers are on our website if you would like to find out more about it, but we're very proud of that program, and thanks for bringing it up. Thank you.
Before we move on to our next audience member, I would just like to reiterate one of our points, which is, we definitely do need to teach about mental health in our school, especially starting from a young age. And as we get to an older age, depression and anxiety should not be the only things we teach about. We definitely need to go more in depth. And I think in a broad sense, just seeing the trees for the forest, it's one thing to teach about mental health in your school. It's another to actually cultivate and create an environment where mental health flourishes.
I'm overwhelmed with you guys, and I've worked. And I say that because I've spent about 40 years of my life working here in this jurisdiction, in the world of children and family services and all that sort of stuff. And the fact that I can sit here and see 6 of you raise your voice so articulately. Young people 20 years ago, sadly, they weren't allowed to come to the table. This is just brilliant. But I want to, in a sense, act as an advocate on your behalf now. Age allows me to do that. I want to really speak to parents who are hearing me in that we have to take really seriously everything that you guys have said today and understand that the fact that you are coming with your voice and the articulate nature with which you bring it, that we need to look at ourselves and determine how we will respond differently in order to support you and all the other youth out there, because it is only when we join the party and hear you and see you as you are that things will change.
Thank you. Before we move on to anybody else, I would just like to say it's not just parents, policymakers, teachers. Invite us to the table because you are deciding our future.
I have a quick question. Sorry. Thank you so much, you guys, for that presentation. Sorry, I'm here. Last year, you guys were so impressive, and this year, again, you've just inspired and motivated and challenged me as an adult in this community, as a mental health professional in this community, so I thank you for that. My question is sort of my other hat that I wear, which is a football mom, is what role does sports play in helping thrive through very difficult and uncertain times?
Do any of our athletes want to take that question?
Oh boy. I mean, just speaking off of my experience, I use it as a medium to vent a lot of the stress that I have that I build up through school. So I just started doing things like jujitsu, and I'm doing a lot of like functional fitness with kettlebells and things like that. But that's perfectly applicable to things like football as well. So when a child is, I would say, perturbed in a way, then just that collaboration, because it's a team sport, right? It makes them more confident and allows them to really just grow the skills that they never really had or had a lack of. So, I mean, just, it really opens so many doors for them. And I mean, I don't think that it's something to be scoffed at to really help your kid.
Yeah, if I could add to that as well, I am not a sports person, I'm going to preface that, but I think sports can be a really good output for students. Getting out of bed, getting out and doing something and moving is so good and releases such good chemicals into your body, and especially within team sports, you can find a community there. You can find people that you already have something in common with to bond over. So I just think having sports or any type of group community, whether it's arts or any of that type of thing, can just be such a good opportunity to connect.
I have one more question here, Christine.
Well, I come from a student background as a medical student, so this is a question pertaining to medicine and your experiences with the medical system. Would you say that your experiences have been more proactively better because of these implementations in the system, or have you seen that we have constantly had to reevaluate our systems and improve them in a different manner, for the youth especially?
I've definitely seen changes over the years. In December 2020, suicide was decriminalized, which I think is a big step in getting insurance companies to cover expenses just across the board. And anytime youth are given a platform, we break little barriers to have these conversations and to keep raising awareness. I think specifically relating to medical facilities and medical systems, having a facility in East End is great for long-term patients, but that is not going to solve the root of our problems. We can't just keep sending people away. We need to get down to the core issues in our community, you know, whether that's not covering up sexual assault and having conversations about race and income disparities in the community. Would any of our panelists like to comment on their experience seeking therapy or just experiencing our systems here? If you don't want to, don't feel pressure to.
I mean, just to share my experience, I feel like just a note for parents, I feel like if you are seeing problems or you're worried about your child, if you want to book a therapy session, I would definitely book just a few, because it's very difficult for a therapist to understand the whole story with just one session. So you might not get the full answer that you might desire. And for me, I think I've been going to therapy for about a year now, and I can say it's helped so much. But the only thing I can add is that it's very stressful thinking, oh my God, my parents have to pay so much money for this. But just to say, it's just really helpful in the sense that you have somebody to help guide your thoughts into a more healthy way of thinking. Whereas before, I would be like, oh my God, everybody hates me. I can't believe I ran into the wrong classroom. And now the world is ending, but now it's more reasonable in my mind. I can be like, oh no, that's just a mistake. We're all human. But really, I think therapy is a good way for me to guide my thoughts to be more healthy. And I hope others who are like concerned with themselves or struggling can seek somebody to help them, even if it's not a therapist, maybe like a teacher or trusted adult or a friend. Something like that can really help you.
Thank you for that question, Isabella. I think really what you're trying to hammer home there is that we should not feel like a burden in asking for professional help. So I see a question over here.
I had a question, not just for the youth panelists, but for all the leaders here, since I have their ears at the moment. If we could push on to, just to further the point that I think it was Lily said, that there's a lot of academic stress and other stress involved in growing up, going to college, sending your applications and thing. And I personally went through a lot of that with, the school system, sending applications for scholarships and whatnot. But I would like to ask of all the leaders here to really push for a sort of like, I don't know if the private schools have it, but I know my school doesn't have as much of a counseling system in sort of going for scholarships, applying for bigger schools and whatnot to sort of ease with that academic stress. We do have a lot in place for other sort of things, but I would like to see more of that push for relieving that academic stress that does come with growing up. Thank you.
Thank you for letting us speak, and we look forward to next year.
Join me once again in thanking our amazing youth ambassadors. You are all fantastic. And your role in the lives of the young people here in the Cayman Islands is critical. And you'll hear more from Ms. Haley Robinson later on this evening about the partnership that Alex Panton Foundation has with the Crisis Center that is working to offer the 24-hour Kids Helpline. So, once again, join me in thanking all of our amazing youth ambassadors, as well as Kristen Jackson, who is a phenomenal moderator, and the panelists, Jadari, Isabella, Salil, Lily, Dehaney, and of course, Bill, for organizing. For our final session before lunch, I have the pleasure in introducing Deirdre Carmola, who is Special Educational Needs Case Manager, Inclusion at the Ministry of Education. Deirdre will be discussing how can adults and parents support young people at times of uncertainty. Again, there will be an opportunity at the end to ask questions, so please make a note for the end of Deirdre's presentation. Deirdre.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I have to tell you, it's a pleasure to be here. It's an honor really to have been chosen to be able to speak and to address the assembly we have here, the young people. I want to commend you on your debate. The young man with the voice that I can't get over. If my son wakes up in the morning and he sounds like you, I don't know what I'd do, but what a wonderful voice you have. I hope you continue to use that to present what knowledge you have, and that is a voice that certain persons will hear. Not to say that that voice is any more important than anybody else, but God gives us all gifts, and I think your voice is one of those gifts that the Lord has blessed you with. So, to begin, I want to say that, let me just see if I can fix this. I wanted to talk about just what some of them said, how, what can parents and adults do? And I think what's important for me is I've had such a struggle. I come from a family of civil servants. I told them when I was a young girl that I was not going to be a civil servant. Here I am, a civil servant. And so my mother was the first director of social services, and my father was the fourth port director, and so they laid this foundation of help for people, and in that came this great build of compassion that I've had to maneuver, and I feel like if I could take some of my compassion and just drop it on everybody, it would relieve some of what burden I feel that I carry when I think about the children that I've worked with through scholarships, through PTA, my own, and those that are coming forward, and even those that we deal with now with special education needs. And so being able to talk to you all about how parents can support young people in times of uncertainty, I find to be a privilege. We would want to know what uncertainty is. And I'd say that uncertainty, for me, I would call it times of doubt, because we just don't know we don't know what it is. We don't know what things are if they're uncertain, because if they were certain, then we wouldn't have crises, we wouldn't feel unprepared. And some of what the young people there talked about was, where are the adults in this, you know? And so that's what I felt was something important to share. Why do adults and parents need to know how to support young people during times of uncertainty? Well, just imagine how we as adults feel, and here we have teenagers and young people barely managing through regular, everyday life. And to doubt this and to feel like a young person as though they're looking into a world so unfamiliar to them, they don't know whether to stand still, to run, to cry, laugh, scream for help, or just to head back to bed and try to sleep it all away. Because sometimes that's what I try to do. I wake up and I'm still there. Matter of fact, I've been so under quite a bit of stress lately that I woke up on Wednesday morning and I called the cadet corps and asked them what time they were coming to pick my son up for cadet training, and the lieutenant said, well, Miss Deidre, are you okay? And I said, yeah, I just want to know what time you're coming for him. And she said, but today's Wednesday. And I said, okay. And she called me later about 9:30. She said, are you okay? I said, yeah, just a lot of stress. And that, if I'm at that level of stress, imagine young people who have all of what they have to deal with. And so we don't want to make young people feel as if it's just normal, you're just going to have to figure it out. We want to know that we're there. So what I did when I faced a lot of tragedy. So, you know, I said I wanted to share how I managed through my life, because I have 4 children. As a matter of fact, I have 2 generations of children. That's because there's 20 years between the oldest one and the youngest one. So I have a 31-year-old and a 27-year-old. And then I have a 15 and an 11-year-old. And that creates 2 different worlds. So when I was raising the girls, times were different. And when I raised the boys, I was just like, whoa, okay. We don't just say, go and put this on, because then there's a debate and why that didn't match and what. And I'm not used to all of that. And certainly we weren't raised that way. You're told to put on your shoes. Shoes are on, long time. And so we've got to learn to maneuver. And then I have 3 grandchildren. And one of my boys is autistic. I also went through a major divorce, a custody battle. And then I was diagnosed with follicular lymphoma in the small intestine. So I've had 18 chemo treatments over 2.5 years, 15 various surgeries, both minor and major, the last one in July. And then multiple hospital stays up to 2 months at a time, and also being away from my children for over 9 months. And in all of that, I kept thinking, what's going to happen to the children? And then I tried to run everything. I tried to run the secretariat from the hospital room and give instructions on the scholarships, and I was still doing it because I felt if I stepped away and then I tried to run the house, that everything would crash around me, and I thought, that can't be the way to do it. So what did I have to do? I felt that I had to not just get rid of the uncertainty, which I described, that was on me as on an unprecedented level, but on my children. So I decided to reach out to all the people that I thought could help me. And I decided I'm not going to try to go to people who can't help. I'm going to go to people who are professionals in their field, because I'm a professional in my field, and I don't want you to come and ask me about, you know, how to dig a deep well. I want you to come and ask me how we can put a child into a special education need placement if they're warranted for that. Or ask me just what Chad asked, how do we get you overseas to university and how do we relieve some of that stress for you? And that's where my help comes. But I had to go to my parents. I had to go to psychologists, both DES psychologists and our private sector psychologists, who have been absolutely amazing. I went to my pastors, various pastors. I went to siblings, my siblings and friends, and then those in the mental health, because I knew that they had the tools that I didn't have necessary for me, twofold, to manage two different generations of children and manage these young children, young grandchildren as well. Because those grandchildren also came with some special education needs which we had to look at and we had to maneuver around. And, you know, having done all of that and that sort of reflection, I then said, well, I need a tool up, because I know that when you go to your job and you think about your job, you think, how do I tool up for this job? What are the skills do I need? Well, we need skills as parents. I didn't wake up being this perfect parent. I really don't want to be a perfect parent. I want to be a parent that learns and develops, because that's the one how we grow. And so I said, what do I need to do? So I had to attend Cayman ABA because I didn't understand the autism. And he's so bright. And at the same time as being autistic, it was overwhelming. So I went to class for that. Then I had to go to counseling for myself. I reached out to the HSA psychiatrist, and on that call I kept thinking, suppose somebody knows that you're reaching out. What do you think they're going to think? And I just thought it can't be bothered, because it's not about them. This is about me. And then I got these 4 children and 3 grandchildren, and then I had 1,600 children on scholarship, and I thought, that's a lot of children. So, you know, how do we do this? And then I said, let me go and get help, and let me find the tools that would work for me and for the other activities we have in life. But I want us to also remember to tool up as parents, not because we're bad parents, but so that we become the best parent that we can be, and so that we are not also just beating ourselves down, but we bring ourselves up. And I'm going to share something that Dr. Day shared with me. And she said that an unregulated parent cannot regulate an unregulated child. And that's really, really important for us to walk away from today. I can't be all together and my child is right there suffering and think that I'm going to pick him up and patch him up when I'm barely patched up myself. So that is why I reached out for help. I said I fell back also on my own religious upbringing, and I prayed and I leaned on God for understanding. Some days I've cried so much that I don't know that I had that level of grief, but you see, the tragedy that I went through and the cancer and all of that, that left me with grief that I had to deal with. So I didn't want my children who thought I was dying, which I was at that point in time, having to deal with that and not knowing how to do that, and then watching me crash and burn, because I thought, if I crash and burn, they're going to crash and burn. The whole of us going to crash and burn. That's not really an option. And so in those days, I decided that that major crisis, I hadn't understand the impact that in me, but understand it, how it translated into my children's lives, which is that uncertainty that I talked about and that doubt. And each one of us has our own belief systems, but I strongly believe that the God I serve, he doesn't wake up each morning and pick on us and say, okay, today is Lizette's day, tomorrow is Wayne's, and the next day is going to be Miss Angela, and I'm going to mess them up because I don't have anything else to do. We don't serve that kind of God. But I know that he's also there to ground us. And whether that's your belief system or not, that's okay. I just want to talk to you a bit about what worked for me. And I'm not here to force my beliefs on you, but I just want to give some example. And so I prayed, and then I asked people to pray, because there were some days that I couldn't speak. There wasn't anything to say, and I thought, what do I ask him for? Why is all of this happening to me? And then I thought, well, if I feel this way, imagine all the young people, how do they feel? And I'm almost 50 years old. So this is where my whole thing about tooling up came from. And I wanted us to think about how do we then teach young people to advocate for themselves. We got to first encourage them how to speak up. We have to align them with persons. So when I sent that little autistic boy that I have, amazing as he is, and I sent him to Clifton Hunter High School, and I thought, good Lord. Ooh. So I said to him, I said, that's Mr. Ween, and when you need something, you can find him, and that's Miss Jean, and when you need something, you go find her, and over there's Dr. Shari, remember, she'll do this. And he was just like, oh, okay. And he comes to me and says, you know, I went and I saw Miss Jean, and I also saw Mr. Ween, and I saw Dr. Shari. And I thought, that worked. And I said, well, then I want you to spend some time in the library, came home, he spent time in the library, and I thought maybe if I had applied it differently with the others. And so that's what I'm saying about tooling up. There were things that I learned, and for young people, it's for us to give direction, not so much to beat down. And then it was for me to then look at the teenagers and the young people that I also had and include them in decision making. Because I had a challenge with, what do you want to wear? And then we have a debate. I don't want a debate about what do you want to wear. I want us to be able to give a direction and have our children understand why it's important to wear what mom is saying you need to wear. Not so much the force, but also for them to self-advocate. Because once they learn to self-advocate, even as children, as young people, then they can start to say, I'm not doing so well over here. Rather than feeling like, oh God, if I say that, what are they going to think of me? We got to move away from what people think of us to the point that we are going to decide it's what we think of us and where we are. And so I asked my son, because he's gone through tremendous mental health strain, and I said to him, what was wrong? He said, I felt like a burden. And I said, why? He said, because he didn't feel he was contributing to the home, and he was sucking up resources and time. And I thought, oh God, what have we done wrong? We haven't really done anything wrong. And I think what we didn't do was be more inclusive and include him and decide that I could do all the things he needed, and he needed to be part of that. So I had him be responsible for particular things in the home. He takes care of the washing. What a boy can wash clothes. My clothes are pressed and washed, but that's what he felt that he could do, and he's okay with that. He's not my slave. He is not anything like that. That is something he wants to do, and he said, Mama, from time you've allowed me to be inclusive of what is going on in our house, I feel so different about who I am. And that has helped him. I'm not saying that's going to help every child. I'm just giving an example. And so we found a solution that worked. But at the same time, I decided he needed counseling. And so we all do counseling. And I've decided to do the counseling sessions all at the same time, whether we're at different places, because I'm not running myself to pieces. And then my children can realize that Mama does counseling as well. And so the little 11-year-old says to me, you know why I like what you're doing? Because you learned how to deal with me as an autistic child. He said, because you didn't understand. He could tell me that I didn't understand. So if he's 11 and telling me that I don't understand, imagine the 18-year-olds and the 20-year-olds, what they're telling us, and he's 11. And so my son, I remember when we went to purchase his pants for school, he said, Mama, please don't buy them baggy pants. And I said, boy, you need to wear them proper fitting pants. I don't want no tight pants. Mom, begging you, please don't buy the baggy pants. I gave in. He got sick, and he was sick for 8 weeks over the October-November region, and by the time he came out of that, their pants were big. And he was able to wear the smaller pants I agreed to buy. And he said, you see, you and I would have had a real problem if you had bought them baggy pants. And so that just reminded me, allow him to be part of the decision making and the self-advocacy. Each young person has to find themselves. They have to figure out their purpose, as we're all born with a purpose. But to succeed, those young people need a community behind them that will accept them for who they are, and what they believe in, and the attributes that they bring with them, void of discrimination, ridicule, and hatred. I have made a determination that my heart is going to be free from guile, free from hate, free from anything that prevents growth. I would not have healed from cancer. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you, I would have not healed from cancer. I would not be here if I had allowed myself to be contrite and to be full of things that wouldn't allow me to expand and to learn. And so I believe that is what we bring to the table as an adult to our young people. We teach them that we have no space for guile. We have no space for hatred. We have love and compassion, and people must be kind. And kindness is what's going to heal our young people. If we cannot achieve this as a community, then we have lost our purpose, and our young people will struggle unnecessarily. My children's survival is based on my survival rate and my journey and how I maneuver through that journey. And if each one of us must make the decision we want to survive, then those young people will participate with us in that survival trek. It's a survival trek. We all have a tool. We all have whatever we need, and together we plow through that. But they're also all wired differently. Teenagers' brains develop differently. They have a different way of processing information, completely different to ours. What I wrote down here was that the front cortex of the brain is used to manage emotions, decisions, reasoning and control inhibitions, and it's structured during the teenage years, forming new synapses at an incredible rate, while the whole brain does not reach its full maturity around till the mid-20s. And I thought, wow, that's a lot of information. So if that's how they work, imagine they're trying to facilitate all the stuff we're trying to facilitate, and they haven't even yet properly matured. So we cannot expect them to be at this wonderful, extreme, glowing thing that we think that they should be. And some of the warning signs of a troubled teen we need to watch are rapid changes into their personality, failing grades, persistent sadness, anxiety, sleep problems, some things that can indicate depression, bullying, any sort of emotional stress, and then take any suicidal ideation seriously. And I want us to also encourage them to go for help and for us to attend with them. I didn't take my child and drop him off at Miss Lizette's door and said, boy, go so talk to that woman, and figured out. I went with him and I sat with him, and he, myself, and Miss Lizette figured it out. Not really Miss Lizette, but I can just use her, you know? And that's what was different. And our judgments, what we have to learn is that our judgments mostly have to do with us, not the people we judge. And the same is true when others judge us. In most cases, we judge others in order to feel better about ourselves because we ourselves are lacking self-acceptance and self-love. I want to touch quickly on cyberbullying. Cyberbullying can leave young people helpless, humiliated, depressed, and suicidal. And there are ways that you can protect yourself and your child from cyberbullying. Pay attention, because cyberbullies come in all shapes and sizes. They can torment you 24 hours a day, and that technology that we have is so powerful. It reaches so many people in the press of a button. It'll make them feel hurt, angry, afraid, hopeless, isolated, ashamed, and full of guilt. And sometimes there is no guilt to feel. It's the guilt of what burden has been laid, because innocence is one thing. Remind yourselves that innocence is something. You don't always have to spend your entire life proving innocence. What you should be spending your life is saying to people, here I am. See me for who I am. Look at what I've done. Judge me based on that. Don't just spend time trying to do something else just so that you have the power to do so. Our children suffer then from all types of mental health. And then we have it going on in the schools. And we expect our children to not bully when they see us bullying. They talked about parents and what we say, tell parents all the time. Your child comes home from school, boy, I can't stand that lady, Miss Lizette. Miss Lizette, forgive me, you're just right here. And I say to that child, I say, yeah, you know, what you do, you don't try to pay that woman no mind. What do you think he's going to school to do tomorrow? As soon as he lays eyes on Miss Lizette, my mama said, don't pay her no mind. That's what he's going to remember, rather than me said, I don't care whether you like Miss Lizette or not, you're going to school and you're going to have manners, and if you're having a problem, we can have a sit down and we can have a chat. And so this is what young people need, is somebody that's going to advocate for them. I'm not saying that he's right. I'm not even saying that the teacher's right. I'm saying that there has to be a form of advocation that we leave open for our young people. You know, I want to just mention quickly, when I was overnight thinking about what I've been wanting to say this morning, I want to remind people that when we make judgments on others, even when the people are sentenced before the courts, there's a process for sentencing. There's a process where there are sentencing guidelines. There's advocation from the probationary unit. There's advocation from other members of the society who can speak to, this has been a good person. These are all the things they've done. This is a mess up. They don't just get before the court and the judge sits and goes, this is what you're going to do. The judge is also going to look at their whole family background and an impact, and then also decide whether the type of sentencing they should receive is good for their rehabilitation. And so sometimes you get a community service order. And so when I speak about that, I speak to that because sometimes our young people, when they're judged and they are given specific sanctions out of school or outside of school, some of them are so harsh and so unrealistic, but given the circumstance they're facing, that creates so much trauma and so much mental health, they don't recover. And so we must be mindful of that. Are we, when we're sanctioning, doing it in such a way that we are not breaking our children? What's the point of us breaking every single child and then expecting them to come out on this side whole and feeling well about themselves? It can't happen. So we need to be mindful of that. We are a brother's keeper. We are all responsible for our own actions, accountable to God and accountable to each other. We have a responsibility for the well-being of our neighbors. We tend to lose focus about our own freedoms while forgetting that God created us to live together, supporting each other as a family, as we are all children of God. The Bible tells us that what we do to the needy, to the helpless, to the oppressed, and the marginalized, we do to him. And all in all, our well-being is bound forever on the well-being of our fellow men and women. And that means we are to love our neighbors as we love ourselves, because we are our brother's keepers. I want to challenge that group of young people that were on the stage. I want you all, and I want to advocate for this. I want to see what fundraising I can find, because I want young people to create a self-help youth app. I want an app that when you get on that and you have a particular need, you punch it, it takes you here. There may be questions that lead you over here, or there may be a talk back, or like Kristen advocated, that it's a 24-hour, that maybe you just don't need to speak, because sometimes you just can't speak. You just want to punch the button that says, today, this is how I'm feeling, and it's level 5 today, or it's level 50, and that then takes them there. I challenge young people to create an app. I want to have funding coming behind this app, because I want that app to have a prize for that child or those group of students who can create that app, and that app then serves to facilitate this mental health stigma and the removal of it. And that is one of the challenges. I want to remind persons that the Alex Panton Foundation has a link on there for resources with all of the facilities on the island that provide mental health and for safeguarding, and to please access that through the Alex Panton Foundation. Mr. and Mrs. Panton, Mr. Premier, Ms. Jean, thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for honoring your son and having the Alex Panton Foundation. This has done well for this country. It's going to do well for our young people. I thank you for your time. There's a little answer them. It's okay. I might not laugh about anything to say. Oh, Ms. Ramsey.
Well, I have one question, Deirdre, which is, did you really write that speech this morning?
Yes,
Have you thought about it last night?
I actually sat and wrote it over there.
That was the single most amazing speech I've heard in a while.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I'm pretty gobsmacked you only thought about what you wanted to say last night. You're the first person to mention children who are in conflict with the law. And obviously, for those of you who don't know me, I work in the court. Who laughed? Some people do not know me. I've worked with the family court in Jamaica and I've been a judge, I think this might be my 27th year. And the last couple of years in financial services, not serving people, but corporations. But my heart still remains with the youth and with families. And I just wanted to say this. Children with mental health issues do self-harm. There's a whole cadre of them who harm others. The problem with those who harm others is that we're less sympathetic to them and to their parents and to their parents' struggles. Somehow we resent the child who injures others, but the impetus to that expression of emotion is the same. Depression in children of a certain age often manifests as anger. When I was a juvenile court judge, a family court judge, a youth court judge, I put a protocol in place so that every child who came in would be tested for a learning disorder or for let's call it an emotional disorder, or both. And there were always, all the children in the family court, the youth court, the children who were in conflict with the law. I don't say children charged with crime, they're simply in conflict with the law. All of them had one or other of these things, just like Deidre described. But we didn't have parents like Deidre or like you who would go with them to counseling. We didn't have targeted mental health facilities for children at risk and children who are in conflict with the law. We actually have established now a long-established mental health court. We've never done the same for children. We've never hived off children with specific needs and given them the targeted mental health resources that they need. So thank you, Deidre. It was not a question but a comment, but thank you for mentioning children who are in conflict with the law, because we often forget when we're busy saying, gosh, what are we going to do about these people's children? Like they're not our own. Takes a village. They're not that person's son is so bad. That's my son. He's your son, your daughter, our child. And we often, because they are in conflict with the law, in conflict with their community, we don't see them. We don't see them. We don't approach them with the same compassion that we approach children who self-harm or the families of those children. And I think we need to recognize that it's an expression of the same mental illness or mental unwellness across the continuum. And so thank you. And thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Deirdre, for making yourself vulnerable and sharing your experience. And I can assure you that the challenge that you extended to the young people is something that's in the making with the Kids text line. And we're excited to share more about that with you all later on. At this time, please join me in also thanking our sponsors, the Minister of Education, Health City Cayman Islands, Cynical, and Aspire. We have now come to the segment that I think that many of you are looking forward to. Here, for those of you here in the ballroom with us, you will be served lunch at your desks. If you haven't done so already, please indicate your dietary requirements by showing the card. If you don't have a special dietary requirement, please put that card away. The green side is to be left visible if you like a vegetarian or vegan meal. The yellow side will be visible for a gluten-free meal. If you prefer to have your meal at the desk, feel free to do so, or you can go out on the terrace as well. One final reminder, the lunch boxes that your meal is served with is yours to take home afterwards. The symposium will resume promptly at 1:40. So grab your coffees and tea and join us in the ballroom here just a few minutes before 1:40. Thank you all very much and do enjoy. Good afternoon and welcome back, both to you in the Ritz-Carlton Ballroom, as well as to our online attendees. And please join me in thanking again our major sponsors, DART and 3T Cayman MRI, Compass Media and Z99, Burger King and Popeyes, as well as Tower. We hope you've enjoyed your lunch that was kindly sponsored by the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Thank you very much. And for those of you that are just joining us, here are a brief number of housekeeping reminders. 1, please turn off your cell phone or turn it on silent. Wi-Fi is kindly sponsored by Ogier, and that's all lowercase, O-G-I-E-R. Tea and coffee is located just outside the ballroom. And at about 3:20, 3:25, we'll be having an afternoon coffee break sponsored by Maples. We're delighted to have so many outstanding speakers and panelists joining us today, and their full biographies can be found on the Alex Panton Foundation website, www.alexpantonfoundation.ky. Now, before I invite up our next speaker, I've been asked by Premier Panton if he could have a few minutes on stage. So please join me in welcoming Premier Panton.
Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, those who have been watching online. For those of you who have followed the Symposium and the activities of the Foundation, you will note that, well, you know the old expression about it, behind every good man, there's a good woman or a strong woman. In relation to this foundation and my political involvement in the past, I never ever wanted the fact that I was involved in politics to have an impact, a negative impact, on the outcomes of the work of the really, really important work of this foundation. So I have been more or less the quiet man, husband, behind my wife, who has been such a driving force and has done such an excellent job in representing the... So she's probably thinking I'm just doing all of this just to thank her, which I absolutely do. I absolutely do, because I know that when everybody else is sorry, folks. When everybody else is gone and it's just the two of us, we're both crying. We're both going through the motions that every other grieving set of parents have had to go through, and we desperately want to try to make a difference and change the outcomes for the lives of so many of our incredible young people with incredible potential in this country. So I am no longer just a politician that may, and my political involvement may have an impact. I was always concerned about that being from a negative perspective. But today, I am the premier of this country. I am in a position to allow the voices of people in this country to count, and to, in particular, allow the voices of young people in this country to count. And I know we have had some incredible speakers here today, and I thank all of you. You have been amazing. You know, Deidre was speaking earlier, right after the Youth Ambassador program representatives of the foundation. She did an amazing job talking about her experience as a mother, her experience as, what did you say, 2 generations of children? So some of us have had the difficult job of trying to raise 1 generation of children. She's had 2. But the thing that You know, amongst all of the incredible voices, the ones that I find very, very compelling and very instructive to myself and my colleagues are the young people. Because as a government, we are here to represent the interests of everybody, but we're also looking forward because none of us want to be in politics except to leave a very positive legacy, to make a very positive impact for the future of our country and the future of the young people in particular of this country. That is why we're here. That's what motivates me with politics. So I'm going to very quickly just say that I've had a quick discussion with a couple of my colleagues who are here. I don't need anybody's permission, but this is the way we operate. And they join with me in saying that we are going to invite the members of the Youth Ambassador Program to our caucus meeting, or a caucus meeting. We will be in touch with them to schedule that because I want the policymakers of this country. And by the way, for those of you who don't understand, the caucus meeting is a meeting in which all representatives of government, all members of government, both the front bench, the ministers, and the back bench are present. And that's distinct from cabinet, where it's only the cabinet members, the elected cabinet members, and other official members. So the caucus meetings are the ones in which you consider policies, policy development, and whether we take that forward through the various ministries. And we've had the Ministry of Health and Wellness represented extremely well here today by Minister Turner. Minister Ebanks was representing his Ministry of Social Development. And we are going to allow an opportunity that I think I don't recall seeing happen before. We are going to have the young people represented by the Youth Ambassador Program come in, talk to the policymakers of this country about the issues that affect them today, how they feel about what's happening in their country, and what the priorities are from their perspective that we should be considering to take forward to make their lives better today and to make the future better for them and their children tomorrow. I just want to invite them to come up. I want the members that are, at least those that are still here, I know there may be one or two that left, please come up here just for a moment so that we can see everybody again. Even those who have, all the members of YAP, you're all amazing, amazing young people. And I want you to know, and I want your parents to know that we listen and we want to consider your perspectives. Your perspectives are very, very important because too often the voice of the youth is paid lip service to and the voice of the youth is not properly represented. I also want to say that before I even announced this, when I was talking to my colleague, Minister Ebanks, he had already gone and spoken to some of them and said he wants them to be involved in some of the social legislation, social development legislation that he's bringing to make a big difference. So we're all thinking about this alike. Members, we will be inviting you to a special meeting. And I want to tell you, I'll be in touch. Bill, I know you are a driving force behind this as well. So you'll have to be involved in the collaboration, but I want these young people to reflect to their views and their feelings and their goals and their aspirations and their dreams for a life in this country today and tomorrow to the policymakers of this country because it is critically important that they do so. Danny, I don't know if you sing, my brother, but I tell you what, we got the next Barry Cook here, I think, if he could sing. But I say that, it's possibly true, right? But I want you to know that your voices count. Every single one of you. You're important to me, you're important to every member of our caucus, and you're important to the future of this country. So thank you, and we will be in touch organizing this, and I am going to be just in awe of you when you come to do your presentation, I'm sure. If you can sit here in front of hundreds of people, online and in this room, and articulate the issues of concern that you have, the way you do, with the confidence you do, you will do a phenomenal job in caucus, in front of the representatives of the policymakers of this country. Thank you. Love you all. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you so much, Premier Panton. Thank you for helping the Alex Panton Foundation realize their vision and mission through the voices of the young people, because how much better can we do than to hear from them what they need for us to do to help them. So thank you very much for that support. Next in our program is Pastor Christopher Murray, school counselor at John Gray High School and leader of Boys to Men program. He will be speaking on the topic of touching tomorrow from today, the value of mentoring. And joining Pastor Murray are Seaford Russell and Mark Phillips. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Lizette. And thank you, Honorable Premier, for such a heartfelt message just now. I think Tahani's voice makes mine sound like I'm still going through puberty. And I'd like also to thank the governor in his absence for starting my introduction when he mentioned the imposter syndrome individual. I think I'm that person. It took a while to reach the podium, but I'm finally here. And so I would like to, of course, say good afternoon to everyone and to thank the Alex Panton Foundation for this most notable opportunity to share on this platform. And I'd like to also applaud the organization for its continuity on this most necessary subject of youth and mental health. The area I'll be focusing on today is mentoring, which is very, very near and close to my heart, as I believe I am a product of several individuals who spoke positively in my life when I was growing up, who decided not to give up on me. Several individuals who decided to love me the most when I deserved it the least. And so because of that, I believe strongly that it has helped me to develop into a healthy mental state even from I was a teenage boy. And when I consider the word mentoring, several words comes to mind, such as a facilitator and such as a tour guide to guide young men along life's various challenges, along the vicissitudes of life. Someone who will be helping others to charter the way among everything that life has to offer. And so for the past 17 years, I've been a school counselor here in our beloved islands, and so I automatically became a mentor, a tour guide to several young men. I began my counseling career at Her Majesty's Prison, and while there, I was assigned to the juvenile and young offenders sections. And while I was there, I witnessed and experienced a strong flowing pipeline from the high schools straight into the prison. And I became very, very, very disheartened by it, because I eventually started to develop relationships with these young men who would share their innermost desires and wishes. Some would say they wish they could get a second chance. They wish that somebody was there to help them along the way before they made the heinous mistakes that they did. So an overwhelming feeling came that I should leave the prison and start working into the high school and help create what is considered like a blockage to the pipeline from the schools into the prisons. And so I was granted the opportunity to become a counselor at the middle school, then called George X, then / of course, John Gray High School. And we started a program there, and you'll see various slides will be running. I'll be pointing out one in particular shortly. We started a program there called Boys to Men, and this program gave me access to mentor so far a generation of boys, totaling to over 500 boys so far. Thank you. We were able to touch tomorrow from today. We started a program with only 3 boys. 3 boys began the program, and I'm very, very honored to say presently one of those 3 boys that began over 10 years ago is sitting on the platform with me this afternoon. And of course, the second is in the present cohort of boys. Now, there are 3 words I have focused on during this 12 years span that helped me, I believe, to be effective in the area of mentoring. Those 3 words are identity, relevance, and etiology. I wonder, can you say it with me, right? I'm going to count to 2. 1, 2, identity, relevance, and etiology. Now, number 1, identity simply means in this context, being able to maintain who I am amongst a group of boys, who the adult is or who the teacher or mentor is in the room, and never risk trying to be a friend at the expense of losing my identity as the adult. So maintaining my identity helps to preserve and protect one word. Now that's the picture I wanted to stop at. If you can just quickly look, anybody notice anybody familiar in that picture there in shorts? So that picture there was taken over 9 years ago, and why it struck me and left an indelible mark on me, that's the Honorable Premier, Mr. Wayne Panton, with a group of 4 boys. We were sharing different boats at the time, and he was teaching the boys how to fish. And why it struck me is 9 years fast forward, he's the premier of the country. So one of those boys, or all those 500 boys, nobody knows what their future holds. I want to say amen, right? So maintaining my identity among the boys helped me to preserve and protect one word, and that one word was respect. I've found that if respect is lost, it takes sometimes a lifetime to be regained. The next word is relevance. And I particularly like this one because I found that remaining relevant helps to create a solid relationship with young men. Relevance is important. What I mean by relevance is being able to maintain a bridge between oneself and young people, which might require something that makes others feel uncomfortable, and that word is disclosure, which is being able to simply say, I have been there too, and I surely understand. Whenever I'm presenting to a group of boys, and once I say, when I was at your age, my first challenges were, immediately all eyes become, glued on me, what I have to say. Because the error many persons make is to alienate the young person by making them feel that what they're going through is completely foreign. And if I may quickly say, and many times, many of us either did equally to what they're doing or even sometimes worse. So self-disclosure wrapped in wisdom is vitally important. The program Boys to Men, I believe, has been successful because we ensured bridges were built to maintain relationships. being able to relate. So I have done several presentations throughout the years, and once I say this is the first time I got into trouble, etc., all eyes are glued. Then here comes a young man speaking to me and saying privately, I want to talk with you. And then he says to me, sir, Mr. Murray, I am in trouble. And I said, what are you saying? Sir, I'm smoking 24/7s. I'm having this problem, serious problems. And so it then becomes my task not to alienate him or to immediately sometimes put him in a punitive position, but to become that listening ear to say, you know what, I understand what's going on. Let's see how we can work this out. And throughout my time so far, I have been so blessed to see boys who have gone through the program who came and said the same thing, that they have problems. I've watched them. Even some time ago, one was signing a document with the governor and the premier, and I smiled. I smiled because he found himself and desired something greater than what he was in. And so the third word is called etiology. I discovered this word when I was a young man, in my teenage years, and the meaning of the word etiology simply means it's the study of the causes. The etiologist does not stop at the situations, but the etiologist will seek to discover what the causes are, which simply means that someone is accosted and incarcerated and everybody is beating over the situation. And if the cause is never addressed, when he leaves the incarcerated state, he's perhaps going to go back on those situations again. So whenever a boy does something in school, it becomes my task, preferably in the Boys to Men program, to seek, to unravel what's the underlying cause. What is it that's causing him to get into these particular situations? And once the cause has been found, the situations can thoroughly and effectively be solved. I guarantee you. I'm going to close soon because my two gentlemen here, they're going to be sharing shortly. But I'd like to share with you a method or an approach I've used throughout the years. I call it an iron fist in a velvet glove. An iron fist in a velvet glove, which simply means the first touch a young man should feel, that velvet glove, is the touch of care. Because anytime they recognize that you're not just doing this for the pay, but you're genuinely there, that first touch of care starts to change the entire story immediately. And of course, the iron fist are the principles and the standards that we uphold. Now, today I'd like to just focus on the velvet effect, and I allow both Seaford and Mark to come. There was one particular boy that was at the school, and while he was at school, he was giving no ends of trouble, just problems after problems, and he was in a state mentally defensive and aggressive, etc., etc. And I thought it wise to spend some time with this young man. I said, you know what, we're going to do something different with you. I said to him, we're going to carry you to Turtle Farm, and I did. We're going to do etc., etc., and we did. And the young man turned around to me and he said to me, Mr. Murray, if you keep on treating me this good, I have to change. When he said that to me, immediately, I'm a pastor, so he immediately got me thinking on the word of the Lord. The Bible says it is the goodness of the Lord that leadeth men to repentance, not the judgment, the punitive, or the wrath, but the goodness. And that young man started to evolve. And I really believe goodness, care, and love brings lasting change. Now, there was another young man, and this young man, he was like a mini hurricane. A mini hurricane. When I would be in my office, in the main office, I would hear him coming from outside loud and coming, and the EOs had a challenge with him. And I recall one particular day that when he was coming in, you know what they call the Tasmanian, yeah, right? He was coming, and I jumped up and I locked the door. I said, not today, Bobo. I locked the door. And I watched that little guy came up to my door, held on to the knob, and started riding the knob saying, Mr. Murray, 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 Mr. Murray. And I'm in there looking at him saying, until I heard that iron knob broke. And he stepped in like Superboy in my office, say, I am here. And you know, it struck me that if he was fighting so hard to come to me, I should spend some time with him. I said to him, you know what we're going to do? We're going to go fishing one day. And I took him fishing. And when I brought him fishing, he was catching some little small fish, but he felt like a hero. We were throwing them back in the water, but he was catching them. And I was there with him, and he said something to me that went deep into his heart. He told me what we could do to help him. And fast forward 11 years now behind me, that young man that was giving no ends of problems is now sitting on this podium with me as well. I will say to you also, he's going to be getting married two weeks from now, and I'm the pastor that will be officiating that wedding. Quite a handsome fellow. So my time is going. So two quick pointers and I'm through. I like going to the supermarkets. Years ago when I arrived here, I just enjoyed going to the supermarkets. I won't say which one in particular, right? But I just enjoyed going there. And why I enjoyed going there, I would say to the workers there, where is the milk? And the guys would say, go down row 3 on the lower end, or where is the chicken? They'll say, go on the 5th row, etc., etc. I just love how they can identify where things are. But on one given day, I asked a gentleman, and the gentleman didn't point where the item that I wanted was. You know what the gentleman did? He said, come with me. He took me to my destination. And there's a call right now, especially in these difficult times, for individuals to help guide persons along the way, even if it might cost you your time or cause you your discomfort. My final point, before Mr. Russell speaks, my son, I have 2 sons and we adopted 2 daughters, and I've watched them. My first son, he took a while before he started walking, going to 2 years almost, and he wasn't walking. And I said, my wife was in the hall with us, and I said, Chris J., look at me. I went down on the ground with him. I went on the dirt with him, and I said, Chris J., look at what I'm doing right now. And I struggled, and I stood up, and I took 1 step forward, then another step forward, and would you believe me that my little boy at almost 2 years old looked at his father and did the exact thing and never went back to the ground. If we can ever help somebody by setting some examples, by reaching out. Children spell the word love as T-I-M-E. Thank you so very much for your time. Mr. Russell will now share.
First of all, I would like to thank the Alex Panton Foundation for allowing the Boys to Men to be a part of such an incredible event. I didn't prepare a speech, but I spoke to Mr. Murray this morning and I told him that I would just speak from my heart. And this imposter syndrome is a good one, because that little boy that he was speaking about, no one would have believed, or I wouldn't believe 11 plus years ago that young man would be a journalist for the Cayman Compass or a director for the Boys to Men program. But I'll give you a little bit of insight of who that young man was and why it's important for Country Builds Community. That was the slogan that the Premier had during his campaign. And Country Builds Community is community builds country. Apologies. The community plays a massive part in helping one individual life get better. Not just the Boys to Men program, and of course I would love to promote the program here, but it's a cohesive effort. Everybody is involved in trying to change someone's life, and again, get a little bit into my life story. I didn't have parents up until I was about 6 years old. I was taken away from my parents and placed in foster care. My mother was a teenager when she had me. We lived in cars where the gas was low. I had to turn down the windows. Mosquitoes would come in and bite us. Ivan came, and we lost our home. A lot of people were struggling that time. We lived in a tent for 3 weeks. 6 people lived in a tent for 3 weeks. We were homeless, family of 6. We were moved into some trailer homes, and I stayed in those trailer homes for about 7 years, where Mr. Murray met me. During that 7 years of my life, I had witnessed everything a child was not supposed to witness. And it's only now that I've grown up and I look back and I say, wow. But at the time, I was just living in it, so it was normal. And I saw drugs, I saw ammunitions, I saw people get beat up. I was one of the people beating up people. In fact, when I was 11 years old, that was the first time that I was ever arrested and put behind bars. And it was because I held a knife to a police officer's face. Judge Ramsey was sitting in here earlier, and she can tell you that that is the truth, because she was actually the person that dealt with that case, and she threw it out. When you are young and going through a lot of things in life, you don't necessarily know what you're doing as a child, because this is your lifestyle. This is how you were raised. This is how you were grown. And the first thing that society does is count you out. I can't count on my hands how many times I heard about people saying that Seaford was never going to make it to be nothing. Right? And they had reason to believe so, I guess. But as a community, I think what we need to stop doing is looking at young men like the student here, Mark, in the program, taking one look at him and counting him off just because of how he has his hair or if his clothes dirty. You just never know a child's circumstance and the anger that they bring to school because of their upbringing and their home. Let me tell you something. I had police breaking down my front door to come and search for drugs in my house at 2 a.m. in the morning right before I had to go to school. Okay? I lost my brother. My brother was murdered in 2011. And then less than a year after that, they sent my father from Honduras back to Cayman in a box. That's the type of stuff that a lot of these young men have to deal with, and they come to school and they get in fights, they're angry, they see all these different stuff, but the first thing that we do is count them out. But we never know what they're going through. All it takes is for us as adults to pull them aside and say, how can I help you? And be kind, exactly. And sometimes we might not be the person to change that individual, but at least we plant the seed. And that's all we have to do. Take a little bit of our time to plant that seed in someone's life. You never know how it's going to change. Mr. Murray here, he has been a part of my life for a very long time, and I can tell each and every one of you in here that he is dedicated to looking after young men. It is his passion, and I give this man so much credit. He deals with the thick and thin of things in school and John Gray, which got good ratings during the inspection. I think they got the best rating out of all the government schools. So it shows where the program is heading. And I'm also pleased to announce that as of a couple of weeks ago, Clifton Hunter has now joined the program. So we're reaching out to as much young men as possible. And of course, the Minister of Education has been on our backs to get the program in Lehman Scott and Cayman Brac as well. So we'll be moving down there hopefully later on this year. But my final message would be, again, to don't ever count out a young man because he got in a fight, or because of how he looks, or if you see him riding his bicycle out on the street barefoot. Because I was once that young man. And I guess, I don't really want to boast or, but thank God that the Seaford of yesteryear is no longer the Seaford of today.
Good afternoon, ladies and gents. My name is Mark Phillips, and I am 15 years old. I am a year 11 student attending John Gray High School, and I am currently in a Boys Men program where I've been given the opportunity to represent my fascinating school on behalf of the Boys Men program. Boys Men is briefly a program that teaches young men compulsory training they will need to survive on their own in the near future. For example, etiquette training, which we went to Ritz-Carlton Hotel with the Clifton Hunters Boys Men. Before joining Boys Men program, I've had a difficult time making the right choices and hung around the wrong group of friends, which has led me to getting in trouble more than once. Shortly after joining Boys Men, I started to bring my personal problems to the surface, which helped me grow as a person in many ways, more than one. I was always told that I needed to change, but no one told me how to change. Mr. Murray and Mr. Seaford has been a big part of me changing as a young man, and I'm forever grateful for their encouraging words and caring actions towards me. As I continue to hear motivating words from Mr. Murray and Mr. Seaford, I will strive to be the best man I can be. Thank you for listening to my story.
Wow. Thank you, Pastor Murray, Seaford, and Mark. And thank you all for caring, because so many of our youth with mental health challenges find themselves in Northward because they've fallen by the wayside and there's nobody who tried to understand where they were coming from, what their issues were. And so they self-medicated with drugs and alcohol, and then they found themselves in breach of the law. So I challenge each one of us to leave here today taking up a challenge to go out there and care, to go out there and find the reason behind why some of these young people are doing what they're doing, and seeing how we can help or how we can get someone to help. Thank you all very much. Our next session is titled Learning to Thrive, where we hear the thoughts and experiences from 3 young professionals who have their own story to tell. They are Zaria Anthony, and I'm going to ask them to join me on stage, please. Zaria Anthony, Alana Warwick Smith, and Brittany Evans. First on is Zaria. And Zaria is going to speak from the podium, from the...
You guys can hear me, right? Okay. Hi, guys. I'm like really nervous, but... So if I was to ask you guys what anxiety looked like to you, I guarantee you a majority of you would tell me it's like nail biting, it's shaking, it's a dry mouth, it's trembling. And if I was to tell you what it meant to me, it's the most terrifying feeling you could ever experience because you don't even know who you are anymore. It's like you're a passenger in your own car and you could full on get in the driver's seat and drive and control your life, but you're too afraid to get in the driver's seat, of course. So before lockdown, I was really excited to stay home. I got paid to play video games and sleep in and take naps when I wanted to. And of course, after a while, it dawned on me that we really were in a global pandemic and that people across the world were dying. We didn't know what this thing was. We didn't know what it did. And eventually that began to eat away at me. So as I began stressing more and more about the lockdown, how I couldn't see my friends anymore, I couldn't go to school, I couldn't work, that impacted me physically, and I couldn't sleep anymore, I couldn't eat anymore. If I tried to eat, I would throw it back up. If I went to sleep, I would sleep for 2 to 3 hours a night, and then I would wake up, and I wouldn't be able to fall back asleep until the very next night. So a week I probably got 16 to 17 hours of rest if I was lucky. So you guys have heard of the mind-body connection, right? Whereas your mental state is reflected through your physical being. So for me, as I continued stressing about quarantine and the lockdown, that affected me physically. So like I said, I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep, I had insomnia, all sorts of stuff. So I remember this one day I just tried to switch up my routine and I practiced makeup more. It's something I really got into during quarantine. And I remember this one distinctive day where I was just on the floor doing my makeup and my arm started hurting. And it could have been a muscle pain, it could have been a gas pain. I wasn't sure what it was, but I went to Dr. Google. I was like, hey Google, why is my arm hurting? And Google's like, oh, well, you have 10 minutes to live. You're gonna have a heart attack. And there's that logical part of me that was it's just the internet. Who listens to anything on the internet? And it was on Wikipedia, which is even worse. But that unstable part of me that was literally breaking down during quarantine was maybe Dr. Google's onto something. So I went to my mom's room and I should have just asked her, does anybody in our family have heart problems? Do you think of a blocked artery? And she's like, why are you even asking me these kinds of questions? You're not gonna die or anything. I promise you you're okay. But I didn't listen to her, of course, because Google knows best. And I made it a habit to go to the ER once or twice every 2 weeks. So I was constantly familiarized with the same nurses and the same treatment. And they would do an ECG scan on me where they hook up a bunch of chest patches onto you and they monitor your heart rate. And they would explain my abnormal heart rate is due to anxiety-induced palpitations where my heart would beat irregularly. And they're like, you know what, you're not dying, your adrenaline's high, and you're okay, you're just panicking, and that's why your heart's beating regularly. I'm like, well, Google said I have heart problems, so I'm not gonna listen to you. And this became a habit for the next 2 to 3 months. And then one day, I met a nurse that I've never seen before. Like I said, I was familiarized with all the staff there. So I met this nurse for the first time, and she didn't check my vitals. She didn't evaluate me in the slightest. She looked at me and was like, okay, what brings you here? And I was like, oh, well, I feel I'm dying. I can't sleep, I can't eat. Told her everything I told the other nurses. And she said, okay, I'll be right back. So she goes to the back, comes back up front, and looks at me and says, well, miss, in times like this, you need to talk to God and drink tea, and you'll be fine. And I didn't even know how to react to that. I was like, oh, so lavender tea or something? She's like, yeah. So she sent me on my way, literally just told me to pray and drink tea and that everything was be okay. And I told my mom, and she was understandably furious with what that lady had said to me. So After deciding on what we should do, I went to Doctors Express, which was one of the very few facilities that was willing to take in anybody at the time as long as you had no COVID symptoms. So I went in there, and I was checked in within like the first 3 minutes of being there. I spoke to a nurse, and she didn't hit me with the, oh, well, times are hard, you should exercise, or you should drink more water, you should take deep breaths. She told me, you know what, I know exactly what you're going through. I had anxiety when I was pregnant, and this is how it went for me, and this is how I dealt with it, and this is how I'm doing now. And that was the most intimate conversation I've had with anybody in regards to my health at all. And just talking to her, I felt human again because, you know, like, I'm not crazy. It's just times are hard, and this is just my new reality. So after talking to her, she sent me over to Dr. Rebecca Deasy, and Dr. Rebecca Deasy was the first professional that I actually believed that I was going to be okay. Like, not only did she prove to me that I was okay by checking my actual vitals, but she was like, you know what, like, your BMI is fine, oxygen's fine, blood pressure's fine, everything's fine, it's just your anxiety, and I promise you that you're gonna be okay and that we are here for you. And just the we are here for you completely did it for me, because that's the first time somebody told me, like, hey, you're gonna be okay, and I'm here to listen to you, I'm here to take care of you. And that's really all I needed to hear, to know that somebody was gonna be there for me and that, like, I wasn't losing my mind. So after that, I was prescribed the benzodiazepine called lorazepam, which is an anxiolytic sedative that's just made to, like, calm you down and to help you relax. So that worked for a while, and of course, drugs don't fix everything, obviously. And I did not put in the work to get better. I just relied on lorazepam to keep me asleep and to keep me calm. And not long after that, I ended up having, like, the worst panic attack of my life, where I was collapsed on my driveway, screaming and crying at the top of my lungs, begging my mom to not let me die. Like, take me to the hospital, don't let me die here, please don't let me die. And her seeing that, of course, made her emotional and made her cry, because what are you supposed to do when your kid tells you, like, to save me, like, I'm dying, like, my heart's gonna stop, kind of thing. It's like, I mean, I wouldn't know what to do if that was my kid, but my mom just gently ushered me to the back patio. She sat me down, helped me through my breathing exercises, and just reminded me, like, hey, you're gonna be okay, tell me what's been going on. And for the first time, that entire breakdown, I finally told her, like, what's been happening with me, in depth, of course, and that was the first time she told me that she would actually be there for me. And I'm not trying to say that you get used to anxiety, because coming up here, like, I was shaking over there. Like, I wanted to cry and throw up, and I told Brittany, like, I need to use the bathroom. But, you know, my desire to help people is greater than my anxiety. And I know that somebody out there wanted to be up here and couldn't be here, and somebody at home's listening and hoping to find some sort of relevancy with what we're talking about. And I want to thank you guys, the youth ambassadors, like, everybody, for coming up before me and kind of encouraging me to share my story, and that I'm not alone, that there's people out there who do suffer with mental health, and that it should not be a taboo thing. Like, I'm not afraid to come up here and tell you guys I have panic disorder with psychosomatic illness, and I take antidepressants. I have bipolar disorder that I take antipsychotics for. Like, it's not something I'm ashamed of at all, because I had to go that extra mile to get medication. Not everybody's the same. Like, not everybody has to take medication. Like, some people are fine with therapy and that's it, but that's not what worked for me. And I'm glad to share that I don't even have to take my antidepressants anymore. I haven't had a panic attack in months, and I'm doing better. But yeah, I want to thank Mr. and Mrs. Panton for creating this foundation, because honestly, I don't know where I would be without you guys. Like, I keep up with all your posts and your events and stuff, and I'm too nervous to actually go meet anybody there. But I want to thank you guys for providing me this opportunity to share my story for the first time in front of a bunch of people. And I'm so grateful that I get to provide some sort of resonance for many of you who don't know how to really communicate and explain, like, what you feel. I hope I was able to do that with you for my story. You know what I mean. Through my story.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can we clap for Zaria one more time? That was amazing. I'm a tall lady, so I have to adjust. Good afternoon. I would like to start with a question. Who here has ever planted a seed? If you could just raise your hand for me if you've ever planted a seed. Okay, a few hands. And for those of you at home, if you could comment or react also if you have ever planted a seed. The day you plant the seed is not the day you eat the fruit. Can you guys say that with me? And those at home too, there is no shame in the talking to yourself game. The day I plant the seed is not the day I eat the fruit. Thank you so much. My name is Alana Warwick-Smith, and I am still alive because of the seeds that I have planted over my 14-year relationship with depression. I was diagnosed with depression when I was 12 years old. I thought a lot about what I wanted to say today, what my 12, 16, 19, and even 22-year-old self would want me to say, what she would need to hear. And I settled on being honest. Sometimes life really sucks. And that's the best word I can give it. I think we skirt around that a lot as adults, but I remember what it was like. I remember what it was like, and I think about it every day. But I put myself forward to talk to you all today, because if I can give you 3 tangible takeaways or seeds, and I promise I didn't consult with Boys to Men, it just happens we're all given seeds today, from my experiences that have helped me with my journey of learning to thrive, maybe, just maybe, things will suck a little bit less. Most of you would have notepads in front of you or access to the notepad on your phone. For your first seed, I'd like you to pull up either of them or get ready to write. I want you to write down 3 things that make you excited about life. And I'll give you a second to do this. And for those of you at home, if you could maybe share those in the comment section, if you are comfortable. 3 things that make you the opposite of sad. My 3, I love to play Wordle in the morning. I love to go to Mambo Italiano at Tilly's on a Saturday night. And I love driving around and listening to my favorite soca songs. This list can be as small as smiling at a stranger, or it can be as big as taking a flight. This list can and should be filled out every time you experience small or big moments of joy, so that you can always go back to them. This list should be non-exhaustive and full of things that make you happy when you are sad. This is your emergency kit. If your mental health is anything like my mental health, you have a second job. Just trying to keep up with your obligations when your mind gets the best of you. Some days, you are full of energy, and every dish in the sink gets washed. And maybe for those who are a little bit younger, you have the energy to study for 6 hours, or you can take a walk around the block. Other days can be worse. Those are the days when it hurts to get out of bed and you can't remember the last time that you washed your hair. I know that we've all had some of those days. We cannot change the hand that we have been dealt, but we can win this game. Your second seed involves another list. I'm really sorry. For your second seed, I want you to divide your daily tasks into high energy and low energy. And to explain that, this is super personal to each person. Your list will look different than my list. As an example, my low energy task that is accomplishable even on my very worst of days is that I can spread my bed. I can do that one task for myself to set myself up for success. I can plant a positive seed to start my day. We live in a constant productivity culture where every day needs to be productive in order to be seen as successful. And that is simply not true. If the most you did today was turn on your laptop to attend this symposium, I am proud of you. I want you to maximize your high energy days and be kind to yourself on the days that you don't have it in you. You're going to create your high energy and your low energy activity list to work with what you've got. The third and final seed that I have to share is get it off your chest. I actually wanted to say, get that bleep off your chest, but I don't think Miss Lizette would let me do that, so that's what I wanted to say. And all jokes aside, the worst days of my life were the days that I suffered in silence. You do not have to do this alone, and you are not alone. Can you guys say that with me, please? You are not alone. Mental health care can be expensive, and I really wanted to be inclusive in this speech. I feel very privileged that I have been adulting for the past 6 years, and I can afford mental health care now, but I remember when I couldn't. For those with financial limitations, my recommendations would be the Counseling Center. If you could write this down, please. Their website is dcs.gov.ky, and they offer free support to residents of the Cayman Islands. Also, a new form of assistance, which I was so excited to hear about, was the financial aid through the Alex Panton Foundation, whose website is alexpantonfoundation.ky. And you know, each journey is personal, and my journey is not your journey. And if you are not ready for counseling yet, some of the things that I have found solace in have been poetry, journaling, vlogging, and literally recording talking to myself just to get it off of my chest, and attending support groups such as Breaking Barriers. You need to get these thoughts out of your head. And it doesn't matter how it happens, but please prioritize getting them out of your head and off of your chest. The day you plant the seed is not the day that you eat the fruit. The 3 seeds that I've provided here today will only work if you let them. They will only work if you water them and allow them the chance to grow. To recap, they were creating your emergency kit. This is the list of actions and activities that you can do to combat the days when you are the saddest. Starting a high energy and low energy list as a low-cost way to manage the day-to-day expectations of life. And 3, getting those feelings off of your chest via counseling, journaling, vlogging, or support groups. And I would like to leave you with a final thought. Whenever things are dark and you cannot find your way, please remember, from the girl whose last day was supposed to be the 18th of July, 2011, you are not buried, you are planted. Thank you.
Thank you, Alana. Now we'll hear from Brittany.
I'm very short, so I apologize. Thank you, Alana, so much for that. Don't make me start crying out here now. But first I want to say hi, Auntie. I know she's watching. Hi, Aunt Bev. Hi, Auntie. Okay. So my presentation for today is on support. And just to give a little background as to why I felt on my heart to talk about support is because when I first heard about the theme, Thriving in Uncertain Times, I really asked myself the question out loud. I said, okay, Brittany, how did you thrive in uncertain times? And the only word that came to my head was support. So we're going to talk about support. But instead of me just saying to have a support system, I created an acronym for the word support. And I hope that by the end of it, it will all come full circle and you understand as to why it's healthy to have a positive support system, but to also be, first and foremost, your number one supporter. So support stands for safety, understanding, perspective, perseverance, opportunity, revival, and triumph. So these are some definitions that I took from dictionary.com. I don't want to plagiarize. I am a law student. I am not trying to fail or anything like that. So these are the definitions that I found. But the one that stood out to me the most was the last one, which says to undergo or endure, especially with patience or submission, to tolerate. The reason why this one stood out to me was because if you really dissect the words of the sentence, I'm like taking y'all to English literature now. If you really dissect the words of the sentence and really ask yourself, okay, like the people around me, do they, support me? Do they have patience with me through the highs and the lows? Are they someone that I can submit my problems to and in hopes that they will endure through the good, the bad, the ugly with me? So that is something to think about. So I invite you to ask yourself these 3 questions. First, do I physically feel safe in this environment? Do I feel emotionally and mentally safe? Is this person someone that I can trust and feel this safety on all levels? I know you're probably wondering, okay, why do I physically have to feel safe in this environment? Like, it's my mental health, but actually it has everything to do with that. I remember when I was off to school in the UK, I had to move back home because the house I was in was really toxic. And one of the girls was really difficult to live with. And I mean, she was horrible. She broke our bathroom door. She completely made our lives a living hell. And I remember, I'll be calling my auntie saying, Auntie, I'm so sick of this girl, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just venting. And there were times I had to stop midway because I can feel her by my door listening to what I was saying, and that in itself caused more animosity, more issues in the house the next day, trashing our stuff and throwing stuff on the floor and just being a nuisance. And that's when I realized, mentally and even physically, I don't feel safe in this environment because God forbid I say the wrong thing and she hears it, it makes my life more of a living hell. So that's why that's important. The second one is, do I feel emotionally, mentally safe? For this one, I truly sympathize with my fellow LGBTQ plus members because coming out to your parents is not easy. I have friends who refuse to come out because they're scared of the reaction, and parents, I get it. You didn't grow up in a time where being gay was normal. You didn't grow up in a time where you have different genders and identities and all these things, but as a country, as a world, we do evolve. And my thing is, I don't think your child will find comfort being kicked out the house because of who they love. I don't think that's right. And I just want you to bear in mind that it's hard for them too. As hard as it is for you, it's also hard for them too. The last question is this person someone that I can trust and feel safety on all levels? And the one thing that came to mind was the gossip culture I find here in Cayman. Yes, it's very easy to gossip. Sometimes you do it without realizing, but I would like to treat people's information as treasure. If you have something rare, you don't want to just give it away for free. That's something you want to hold on to. And I suggest that, yes, it may be great office gossip or school gossip to talk about who having who baby and this and that, but, you just don't know why that person they chose you because they trusted you with their information. And so I just ask, when you catch yourself ready to tell someone something that probably shouldn't have been said, just bear in mind that, that person came to you in confidence and trust that you would keep their personal information safe and private. So the next one is understanding. The word that came to mind was toxic positivity. And it is the mindset that even when faced with hardship, people should always maintain a positive attitude. While toxic positivity is often shared with the best intentions, it lacks compassion and can shut down opportunities for connection. And I truly agree with this. And some of the examples would be things like other people have it a lot worse, being negative won't help, you'll get over it. And most times you know that they're mainly coming from a good place, but it comes off very dismissive. And I would like to say, for someone like myself who struggles with depression and anxiety, mainly depression, I have persistent depressive disorder. One of the things we all have in common is that we often want to feel understood. and we always feel misunderstood. We feel like no one gets us. We feel like we're crazy. And to say that to someone, I think that just creates that barrier even more. Like, well, I don't want to open up because you're just going to tell me I'm going to get over it, when that's not how I deal with things. I need to cry. I need to let it out. You know, oftentimes I get made fun of for how I mourn breakups. I'm a hopeless romantic. I'm a simp, as the kids say. But, you know, everyone grieves in their own time, and I just don't think it's fair for people to just try to be positive as just coming off really dismissive. So that is something to keep in mind. Perspective. There is purpose in our pain, but within our pain, we must find perspective. I found that having a positive perspective shifted my mood on previous situations immensely. Breakups and people I thought I would never get over, I finally did, and I'm still learning to recognize my worth. When trying to find perspective, you must acknowledge and accept that those feelings are present. Be easy on yourself, take it day by day, and be proud of the little achievements. Confide in your friends and family, journal those feelings, and feed your spirit, whether that be church, meditation, prayer. For me, I go to church and I pray when I can, but for you, it may be meditation, going to a yoga class. When Alana was speaking about, you know, those achievements, you know, people who are logged on right now, and we are proud of you, and I want to say thank you, but I completely sympathize with her, because there were days I would not wash my hair, and it sounds so gross to people. I wouldn't brush my teeth. I wouldn't shower. Over the Christmas, I got COVID, and that took a big toll on me, because I was just like, oh, like, I want to go to New Year's. I want to be with my friends. I want to be out, but here I am stuck with COVID, and I'm sick. And that really messed with me, because I'm on social media. The fear of missing out is a big thing. Like, I have a serious problem with that. And yeah, you know, I've been through it. And that's why when she said that, I was so happy she said that, because that's not often talked about. People think, oh, you're lazy. I get told a lot sometimes in my house by, you know, that I can be lazy and things like that. But I just want people to understand that depression is that crippling, that you don't even care to take care of yourself. The basic things like brushing your teeth, it's like you just don't care. You just want to be stuck in this dark cloud, in this dark box, feeling like my life is over. I hate my life. I want to die. And I completely sympathize with that. There we go. So perseverance. Earlier on the slides for support, one of the meanings that was there was to sustain or withstand without giving way, to serve as a prop. And to me, perseverance is very important, because, you know, it really helps you to remind yourself, okay, life is going to throw you so many hurdles. That's just life. But reflect on a time where you got through a really hard time and you actually survived. Like, for me, I am terrible at math, hence why I chose law. I will never be an accountant. Don't ask me to count your money. I am terrible at math, and I failed it probably 3 times. And I kept trying and trying until I finally got it. And, you know, as simple as that is, you can apply that to any part of your life. You know, I know some days you don't want to get out of bed. Some days you don't want to go to the gym. Some days you don't want to go to work. But what is the goal at the end of the day? You know, do you want to get better? Do you want to have a better life, a happier life? And that's why perseverance is such a big deal. Opportunity. So that all of this turns into opportunity, and a perfect example is me standing here today. A year ago, I was sitting in the audience and never thought that I would be a speaker, because I was like, well, okay, it just wasn't a thought. And then after going through such a tough year last year, I realized, no, like, I have something to say. I hope this can touch someone, even if it's one person, but I never thought that I would be up here standing in front of people talking about mental health. I don't know. So I mean, all the stuff that I went through, you know, God has a purpose for our pain, and all the stuff that I went through is why I'm here today. So I am a living testimony, I guess you could say. And everyone else in here who has talked about their experiences, they're all living testimonies. They're still here today. They're still telling you that it's okay, you're not alone, you're gonna get through it. It may take a while, but you're going to get there. And I'm just happy I have the opportunity to say that. Revival, almost there. Revival, you know, it's the best feeling in the world. You just feel so alive. You feel like your old self again, if not better. You know, you really feel as if, okay, yes, pain and problems is still going to be there, but it's starting to lift off of your shoulders. You start to smile again. You start to do the things that you used to love doing. You know, for me, I love watching TV with my family, and that was something that I was the only child for 11 years. And I loved watching TV with my family, Wheel of Fortune, Jeopardy, all that stuff. And it's now I'm kind of easing my way back into just doing things like that with them. You know, I just think when you have friends and positive people around you that help you get through those dark times, it really revives you. Yes, you're going to have to probably do certain things that you may not be comfortable with to get to that place. You might have to quit that job. You might have to drop out of school and start your business. I mean, I don't know. Please, don't go home and tell your parents I told you to drop out of school. But I mean, like, you know, whatever that may be, you know, you have to take uncomfortable steps in order to excel and get to where you need to be. And the last one, triumph. You made it. You got to the other side. Everything is aligned for you. You know, have all the tools that you can use in order to, you know, get through those hard times. And I just honestly want to thank my friends and my family for being there for me during very difficult times, crying with me on the phone, you know, comforting me. I know my aunt gets on me to take my meds and go to therapy and all that stuff, and I just really appreciate them more than anything. And I just want you to consider all these different parts of support that, you know, you need to have those within yourself, but you also need the people around you to emulate those kind of characteristics. So, you know, I've had friend groups where I see them now and I feel bad for them because they weren't a good influence on me, and I realized I have different priorities. I want to finish law school, hopefully become a lawyer, or maybe do compliance. I have more for myself, and they want to be out partying, which I'm not judging them for it, but what I will say is that there's a difference in my support group now. I can't go to them and talk to them about these things because they'll say, oh, well, let's go smoke, let's go drink together, and it's like, yeah, but that doesn't help. So that's why I find it so important to have a positive support system that can help you get through hard times, because birds of a feather flock together and bad company corrupts good character, you know, so that's just really why support is absolutely important. And to show you, this is my support system. My friends are going to kill me. But yes, thank you. Yes, thank you, thank you. Sorry, look at my stuff.
Thank you, Ms. Jane.
Ladies and gentlemen, join me in thanking these phenomenal 3 young ladies, Zaria Anthony, Alana Warwick-Smith, and Brittany Evans. Thank you so much. Ladies, thank you for sharing your heartfelt journeys and giving us a sneak peek into what your emergency toolkit looks like, because I'm sure there's many in the audience and those that are listening online that have been where you've been, or maybe are going through some of those dark moments right now and can gain strength from your advice and your stories. Thank you so much. I now have the pleasure of introducing Claire Panyady, who is a PE teacher at the Lighthouse School, whose presentation is entitled, Yes, We Can, Don't Rule Us Out. Join me in welcoming Claire to the podium.
I'm really grateful to be invited here to talk about Lighthouse School. Please stand if you've had any involvement in our school at all. Thank you, and thank you for helping, supporting, or in any way that you've been a contribution to our school. Thank you very much. A round of applause. Yes, we can. Oh, that was quite loud, sorry. Don't rule us out. No one likes to be excluded. No one likes to be invisible. No one likes to be ignored, right? And that includes the students from the Lighthouse School. A good school, according to the last 2 inspections, I don't agree. I would say we're excellent in all areas, but don't tell the inspectors. Thank you. They might not be happy about that. So, let's see how this works. This is the Lighthouse School. It's based in Red Bay, and it's a thriving school. There is never a dull moment. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It can be a challenge. We, as staff, change diapers, feed students through feeding tubes into their stomachs. We deal with behaviors that can be really unpredictable, administer anal diazepam for students with seizures, plus we deliver a varied and full curriculum for all of our students. All that aside, we have the sweetest, most caring, most tactile students you will meet. And it's really difficult during these COVID times because all they want to do is give you a hug. They really do. They're very tactile. They want to hold your hands. And our staff, as you can see here, this was one of our insets, are caring, committed, motivated, hardworking, and fun. Some of our inset days have been really inspirational. They've been on the beach. We've played games whilst doing sort of brainstorms about how we can improve the school. So, the nature of our school. We have 69 students in the primary sector. That's 9 classes. We also have a secondary section, and there are 51 students. We have 55 dedicated staff. That's teachers, support staff, and aides. And this guy is quite an important guy to me. We have a huge cohort of special needs. So we have children with PMLD, that's profound multiple learning difficulties. They could be in wheelchairs, have cerebral palsy, non-verbal, or all of the above. We have a huge population, and even more so this year, with new classes arriving, of children on the ASD spectrum. That's the autism spectrum, and they range from primary all the way to secondary. We have SLD students, which are severe learning difficulties, and we have MLD, which are the mild learning difficulties. And our hope, actually, at Lighthouse School is these students progress so much that they can be integrated into mainstream. And this was a massive delight for us last year. We had 11 students, actually, that went forward to mainstream. There's a class at John Gray. There are 10 students there that are taking part in the curriculum and doing absolutely fantastically. So we're really, yeah, please. We're really, really proud of our students. Now, I said I wasn't going to sugarcoat it. Our environment could do with an overhaul. This is one of our play areas. We've got 1 basketball net. We could really do with a couple. I'll be sending around a collection hat by the end, just in case you want to pop some money in. But we do the best that we can. You know, we could do with some swings, or maybe a climbing frame, or some other bits of equipment. But our students do the best that they can with the equipment. And you know what? Sometimes they're just happy to sit around, play Ring-a-Ring-a-Roses, all those basics games, do a bit of skipping. They're happy. In the back of the school, we've got 2 new modular classes. And these house our secondary students, so our vocational students. So that works really, really well. They're out the back. They can kind of get up to teenage things, have their teenage chats in the corner. Here we have one of our ASD classes. Now, our classes are very small, but they need to be. And our staff working with them are phenomenal. If we can have 1-to-1 with our students, we do. But if not, it's pretty much 1-to-3. This is Miss Sarah Warwick with the PMLD class, and here you see a lovely student who's got cerebral palsy. She has a feeder tube, and she has diapers. This is one of our MLD classes. They're absolute sweethearts. There is one thing I will say about Lighthouse School, why it's a challenge. I laugh about 20 times a day, which is really hard at the moment because I've just been diagnosed with pleurisy, so being out of breath is a norm for me. Here we have another little student whose mother may be in the room, works for Alex Panton newly, who's a sweet, there she is. He is the sweetest boy. He has the most admirers of any young man I've ever met in my life. He's going to break some hearts when he's older, I tell you. So, in one of those secondary classes, actually, it's fully contained. They have a kitchenette, they have bathrooms, they have everything they need. They have a little cooking area if they need to use it. We have here our OT area. Now, I'm not going to embarrass her too much, but I am going to ask Miss Rachel to stand. And can we please give Miss Rachel a huge round of applause? Sorry, Rachel, you can get me back later. Miss Rachel, amongst the rest of her team, come to school every morning, and they work before the school day starts at 9 o'clock with some of our really vulnerable children, doing sensory circuits with them. And I tell you, somebody mentioned before Tasmanian. Miss Rachel and her team literally run around this circuit with these children, take them back to class, get the next group, run around. And it makes me a bit dizzy, I have to say. They work incredibly hard doing push-in sessions where they come into class, doing one-to-ones with students, and it makes a huge difference. Together with the OT team, we have a huge amount of specialists that come in. We have speech and language, we have ed psychs. It just goes above and beyond, and they work as a team, and they're so dedicated to our students. It's really wonderful to see. This is the OT gym, which has got really fun stuff. Children love going to OT. They absolutely love going there. There's no problem in getting them there. Lots of fun stuff to do. Now, when I started at Lighthouse School, I realized I needed to learn a few languages. You've got a core board. This is actually Miss Rachel's that she uses for the circuit. It's a way of communicating with our students. Some of our students are nonverbal, so they might need a way to communicate. So we use PECs, which are pictorial communication devices. So a child might know what's going to happen next because you've got a picture of it rather than saying it to them. And they can identify these pictures. We also have ProLocos to Go, which is an iPad with a program on it, which has these pictures, so students can select them and communicate. And then we also have sign language, which I'm learning. My bit at the beginning there was a little bit shaky, but I'm learning every week words to use, and the students are teaching me. Then there's a new language. It's the languages of special needs children. Like a mother, you have to know what a cry means, you have to know what a grunt means, you have to know what a foot stamp means, you have to know what a runaway means, and our staff identify what all of those things are from working with them, from listening to them, from just letting them express themselves. Inspection. Did I mention we got a good in our inspection? Yeah, twice in a row. One of the biggest things to come out of it was the mental health of our children and their health and their safety. It was deemed as excellent across the board. And this is an improvement from last time where it was good. We look after our children. We have a duty of care to our children. We're not just their teachers. We're their parents. We're their aunties. We're their grandmothers. We're their counselors. We're their bottom wipers. We do it all for them, not because we get paid, but because we want to. We love to do it. It's a real vocation being a special needs teacher. Mental health. So we were one of the first schools, the pilot schools, to run the Zippy program. So it was really interesting to... Thank you, Dr. Lamb. Thank you, Dr. Day, who have been instrumental in helping us and supporting us deliver this program. We started it a few years ago. Myself as a master trainer and a colleague of mine introduced it into the school, and now it's embedded in every single class across the school. Our children learn to self-regulate. I used to run a nurture group in the morning where we had some really vulnerable children that couldn't settle into a school day. So we started them off with a nurture group. And to begin with, they chose what they wanted to do. Did they want to colour? Did they want to listen to music? Did they want to offload? We became a bit more structured, and we started then the Zippy program. Children would walk into the room and I'd say, "How are you feeling today?" "Oh, I'm green." I knew exactly what they meant. "I'm a bit yellow." "All right, do you want to talk about it now, or should we talk about it after?" I'm red. I don't want to talk about nothing. Okay, so should we wait till the end of the session? Yeah. What do you want to do in the session? I just want to listen to some music. Okay, great. And you know what happened by the end of the session? They were able to communicate how they were feeling, whether it was something from the night before, whether it was something on the journey into school, or whether something they just sort of kept inside and it was just eating away at them and they needed to talk about it. In our lessons, we use mindfulness, growth mindset, and resilience. And we try and add some of these things in, which some of you have mentioned already. You've got this. You can do this. It doesn't matter if you make a mistake. We all make mistakes. We just try again. Or as one of the students said last week, you can do it. Put your back into it. I quite like that, being a dancer. Our children can do anything. Yes, they can. And we say that to them a lot. It is the motto of the school. We say it to them a lot. Cricket tournaments. All the other schools were so impressed with our students and how they took part, how they composed themselves. They didn't win the cricket tournament, and they didn't care. They just wanted to be there with the mainstream students. This one makes me tear up. I've cried all day, by the way. Thank you, Alana, for making me really cry just then. Inter-secondary competition. Last year, don't cry. Last year, one of our students won a medal. He won a bronze medal in the shot put. And I have to say, it's probably one of my proudest teaching moments in 25 years. When he stood on the rostrum to get his medal, I cried, unashamedly, trying to take these photos while sobbing, in front of the whole arena, and I didn't care. And he didn't care, actually. He wasn't embarrassed to see me like that. He was like, my teacher cares. That was a real moment for us. Into primary, into secondary, our students have been sailing with the Red Bay Sailing Club. They really enjoyed it, and the staff, they're phenomenal. They've taken part in rugby course at the rugby grounds. They've done spin classes at Ride. They've been horse riding. We have a great swim program. Just at the moment, because of conditions, our programs are on hold, but when we get back, boy, they'll be out in the community. Well-being, out there, mingling, people seeing who they are, what they can do. And we instill all the time, yes, you can. Boxing. They went to the boxing gym, not to actually box, but to do box fitness, which they enjoy. It was tiring and they hurt, but it was getting them out in the community, just feeling like they're part of the normal world. So, ladies and gents, if you see any of our students in Foster's, Kirk's, just in the street, please say hi. How are you doing? Don't let them feel invisible. How are you doing? How was your day? And put your hand up and they'll know what you mean. This isn't Black Panther, by the way. Put your hand up and say, yes, you can. We're not ruling you out. Thank you and have a blessed day.
Thank you very much, Claire. We were going to invite anybody in the audience who had any questions for Claire. But she did a tremendous job. Thank you so much. So now I'm going to ask you to help me make up for some of the time that we have lost listening to some of these amazing stories. And instead of taking a 10-minute coffee break, I'm going to ask you to take 2 to 3 minutes, maximum 5 minutes. Go grab your coffee, grab your tea, and come back in here. And we're going to start at 3:55, okay? And the coffee is in the foyer. And we will be back here at 3:55. And we're, I'm sorry? 3:45. Okay, good. And we'll be back with the Youth Ambassador Leader, Monina Thompson, speaking on youth voice, inclusion for all. So let's get the time correct. So 3:35. 3:35, we'll be back in this room. On your mark, get set, go. Okay, welcome back. I'd like to take a moment to thank more of our sponsors: Logic, the Wellness Center, C3, and Ironshore Pharma. We're truly thankful for all of your support. Next to the stage is Manina Thompson, our Youth Ambassador leader, who is presenting on Youth Voice, Inclusion for All. Join me in welcoming our own Manina.
This will be interesting to figure out how this pointer works. This one? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Monina Thompson. I am one of the Youth Ambassador leaders, and today I will be presenting on Youth Voice, Inclusion for All. So to give a brief overview of what we will be discussing today, we're going to be looking at what is YAP, the campaigns we have generated along the way, partnerships created, how we became involved with UNESCO, what are our next steps, having the opportunity to represent YAP internationally, what we can do to support as a community, and wrapping up with final thoughts. So YAP stands for the Youth Ambassadors Program. It is a youth-led empowerment group that aims to spread awareness about mental health in our island. We were founded in 2019, and as of 2021, our main sponsor has been Conyers. The Alex Panton Foundation is our parent organization who constantly support us in our endeavors. YAP is constantly growing. We host an annual induction looking for new youth members, and right now we are a group of 33 members across the public and private schools. We have also regionally represented Cayman in the Caribbean Safe School Initiative that discuss pressing matters. Some of the highlights of our previous work include the mural for HSA's Be Kind to Our Mind, Mental Health Through Service. It consists of inspirational quotes that form the word hope. We worked with the governor to destigmatize suicide and to discuss the impact lockdown has had on the youth. We have also hosted a virtual art competition during lockdown. The theme was Mind in Isolation. It was a creative way to keep everyone involved during the lockdown, and it was to capture something that everyone experiencing collectively but impacted in different ways, which is a great segue into why I joined YAP. When I first discovered YAP, it was when I had to come back from university in Canada when COVID hit. I've always loved being involved in the community and helping others. Right now, I'm currently doing my bachelor's degree in psychology. So when I saw YAP, it only made sense to join. I've always struggled with my mental health before I knew what mental health was. When my peers were worried about what theme the next birthday party was going to be, I wasn't sure, and I was drowning in my thoughts if I even wanted to make it to my next birthday. This was something that I never vocalized to my best friend or my siblings. And I didn't have any labels to associate with my feelings, but as I got older and I was able to recognize what I was feeling and why, it was a great place to start healing. At the time of joining YAP, there was a lot up in the air in my life. This new virus that turned into a worldwide pandemic, having to juggle online schooling. And around that same time, my mother was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer after being clear of cancer 5 years since her first diagnosis. After my mom put up her final fight with cancer, I went into fix-it mode. I put my focus into taking care of my family, bills, and all the legal stuff. I also put my energy into YAP, excited to help others, but also not realizing that it was to avoid facing what was happening in my personal life. YAP gave me joy and purpose in pursuing my passion with psychology and advocating for my fellow peers. YAP is a welcoming community filled with amazing people with different life stories and backgrounds, but all coming together for the same goal, to stand up and take control of our lives, to help rebuild the community in our vision. Who else better to make decisions and policies for the youth other than the youth? YAP helps to project our voices and to enact change. We can see our plans through and it's rewarding. So therefore, YAP is important to me, and this is why we do the work that we do. We've had successful campaigns. Our first campaign was the Don't Stay Silent. It was created to voice the issue of the lack of facilities available to those struggling with mental health in our island. The idea behind it was once one student took off their duct tape and spoke up, they would help another student to do the same. This campaign was to get our voices heard, to introduce ourselves to the community, and kickstart YAP. COVID Conversations was another one we did. They were Zoom presentations YAP hosted during isolation. Each Zoom call was on a different topic. The most attended Zoom call was fixing your sleep schedule, and the most viewed on Instagram was stress and anxiety. We have met amazing people along the way and formed valuable partnerships with Protect Our Future, Colors Cayman, and Inclusion Cayman. Protect Our Future is a student-led environmental group that works towards a sustainable future. They partnered with us in the Don't Stay Silent campaign, speaking up against the growing issue of climate change and pollution in the Cayman Islands and globally. Colors Cayman fosters a safe space for the social environment of the LGBTQIA+ community of the Cayman Islands. We've had Billy as a guest speaker to educate us on how to be allies to them. Inclusion Cayman ensures that the equal rights of all individuals are catered towards each and every one of us with disabilities and without. We attended the Youth for Inclusion program that they host for individuals with and without disabilities who are passionate and committed about making a social change in our community. These partnerships have reinforced the lack of inclusion across different communities within our island. There was a huge demographic not being considered of their opinions, and their opinions were not valued by their peers, family, coworkers, and leaders. YAP was then presented with an opportunity to have an international spotlight on inclusion. Comprometidos/Engage is one of UNESCO's programs. It was an initiative of the Ashola Social Lab and invites young people from Latin America and the Caribbean to be agents of change and to be actively involved with the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. We were able to strengthen alliances, exchange experiences, and enrich ourselves with collective knowledge. Upon successful completion of the program, the selected projects will obtain $1,000 US to kickstart their project. Along our journey, week 1, we were welcomed into the program, went into training sessions, discussed business strategies, did a practice run, and then made our final pitch. Our pitch was entitled Inclusion for All. You can see the logo up there that I made for our project. And what we identified was there was a huge stigma surrounding those persons living with disabilities. And we decided to target 3 major barriers that are existing in our community. The first one was that only government buildings in Cayman are mandated to be accessible. So we will work with government officials to build accessible and inclusive structures in the high traffic areas other than government buildings. Change begins with knowledge. We will create presentations to turnkey across 27 schools in Cayman to eliminate the stigma and emphasize the importance of inclusion. We plan to launch a diagnostic survey to access the needs of students with disabilities, and then based off this assessment, we will deliver advocacy workshops on how to make schools more inclusive to deliver quality education for all. Lastly, for the social aspect, we will host all-access social events throughout the island to raise awareness and funds for our movement and supporting organizations such as Inclusion Cayman. Here's a look at the business model that we have submitted. We will be eradicating stigma and breaking down barriers while providing a new service to the society, fostering progress and development. Businesses will be paying for our services to make their business more accessible for all, and the person with disabilities will be reaping the benefits. They won't have to second guess going out with their family, worried if they will be able to attend or be able to access the facility. Our goal is to eliminate the stigma in our community. The main costs we face are building the accessible structures within existing buildings, but we will maintain a steady revenue by charging service fees to the businesses for turning their establishment into an inclusive one. Due to the amazing opportunity that YAP has had and our success in receiving the seed money from pitching our project, I have been invited to speak as a panelist for the Caribbean Youth Dialogue this month. It has been a preparatory process for the global
ECOSOC Youth Forum that will take place in April. YAP will be discussing the impact on COVID-19, the work we have been doing, and will focus on the initiative we have developed, which was Inclusion for All. We also need to be inclusive with healing as a community. I think it's important to know how to help neurodiverse people with bereavement. Neurodiverse refers to anybody with autism, disability, or any additional learning needs. Dr. Day did a Zoom call with YAP to educate us on the following points. You want to ensure that they have a complete understanding of death. And what I mean by that is that they understand that death is permanent, the bodily functions have stopped, and that death is irreversible. Don't assume that they have these full levels of understanding. Ensure to fill these gaps in gently and sensitively to avoid causing any stress or from them to hold on the idea that this person may come back. Please try to avoid using euphemisms while explaining what has happened, as it can be taken literally. For example, they're in a better place, or they're watching over you, are the euphemisms that we tend to use. It can be confusing for them and cause anxiety. Saying that they're in a deep sleep, for example, can lead them to having fears of going to bed themselves. There is a common misconception, specifically persons with autism, that they don't feel emotions, and that couldn't be farther from the truth. Talking about loss and allowing them to be included in the planning, such as picking out the flowers, is crucial for them to start the grieving process. It's also very helpful for them to be able to visit the locations before the day of the funeral so that they can become familiar with these new environments. You can support us along our journey through sponsoring, spreading the word to help raise awareness, meeting with us, or creating valuable networks to make these changes in our community, and by listening. We appreciate all of you who have taken the time out today to hear our voices and voice our concerns and our plans of action. We want to be the leading change in the Caribbean and globally in making your home, community, island, or country inclusive for all. So now it's your turn. What are you doing to make your surrounding environment more inclusive? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manina. You are truly a great testimony for our Alex Panton Foundation Youth Ambassador Program, otherwise known as YAP. You know, just sitting and hearing you all talk, it brings back lots of memories from the first strategic planning session when our phenomenal chairwoman, Jane Panton, sat and expounded on her vision for the Alex Panton Foundation. And the Youth Ambassador Program was one of those dreams. And I'm really so proud today of the amazing job that Bill and Dr. Lamb and the Youth Ambassadors have done. Because truly, what they have accomplished and what they're going to accomplish far exceeds the expectations that we had at the time. Thank you so much. Next to speak to us this evening is Mario Garraway. Mario is a youth counselor and a Health Services Authority behavioral health aide. Mario will be presenting the topic, The Unique Reflection. Please join me in welcoming Mario to the stage.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Ms. Lizette Yearwood. Actually, Ms. Lizette Yearwood is my CEO, so I am very honored to be welcomed by her. Today I want to talk to you. I'm here to speak to you about something that is very passionate to me, and that is our youths. While I do not have a slide up, during the preparation of my slide, trying to get things pieced together, tragedy struck in the community. And I'm saying to myself, okay, I am preparing this thing here, but how do I deal with this? Because this is a youth that is very known to me. It's very known to an organization that I work for apart from the HSA. and we had to reach out to the family. So I said, you know what? Today I am going to speak from within my heart, right? But before I begin, there was one thing I meant to do earlier, but I think I actually raised my hand a little bit too late. And that was actually to give a thank you, a heartfelt thank you and a support to Ms. Deidre Carmola. While I'm an HSA worker, I also am the Cadets Corps Youth Ambassador. And I am also the Cadet Corps, the Cayman Islands Cadet Corps Sergeant Major. So we know, when we hear things like that, we want to know exactly what it is, okay? So as I go along in my presentation, you will hear things come out from me, and I am not one of the presenters who will tell you that you cannot ask me questions, but in the interest of time, we can leave it for afterwards, right? So Ms. DJ Carmola, I would like to say well done to you. You are a fortress, really, for your boys, and it's no doubt the young man that I've seen you produce, it's, you know, you have done well. So against the odds, you have done well. Thank you. So the unique reflection, what are we talking about, right? It basically sums itself up. The unique reflection is basically what an individual is, the things that they do, the way they behave, and how do we deal with that? One word, we accept them for who they are. We do not pass judgment. We do not try to tell them what we want them to be, right? We allow them to be themselves, right? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm speaking from a long history of a child who have experienced some really negative things in my life. But hear what? I rise above the odds, and hear what? I came out. I may have been an odd number, right? During my time serving in the Cadet Corps, what we do, we have this thing that we set up for accountability for each session. We line our kids up and we say to them, we count them because that's accountability. And I'm happy to see one of our cadets here. Is anybody else? But because of accountability, we have to count them. It's called checking them off. And the minute you start counting or these numbers start calling, something I notice that some kids will switch themselves over because they do not want to be identified as a particular number. And one day I remember this young lady said to me, sir, why do I have to be an odd number? Right? I said, well, the funny thing about odd numbers is that they are also counted. And if we're counting from 1 to 10, we cannot count and jump 5 and get to 10. We have to count and include 5. I would even go so far sometimes when I'm talking to them and I say, listen to me. When you go home, in your room, you draw a big number 7, a big number 1, whichever one you're comfortable with, and you keep that there, whatever color you like, and you keep it there. You keep it as a reminder to tell yourself and to understand from your perspective that you're not odd, you're just you. The late Desmond Tutu, the Archbishop, said that human beings are odd. We are odd indeed, but we are made for greatness. Right? We are made for greatness. And if we are going to continue to tell a child or to say that, oh, I don't understand this child. Why can't you be different? Why can't you be this? Why can't you be? It's not working, right? And then we have this thing that we call the help versus the support, right? When a child becomes a teenager or an adolescent, that child has a sort of independence. And the independence that they express sometimes is that thing that they do not want you to. You will think that you're invading their space. It's not you really invading their space, but they also want to feel or to be known that they just can be themselves. And we have to allow them to be that person. Whatever it is manifest, we have to allow them. Today we're living in a global pandemic, which a lot of us did not expect, right? We did not expect that. Even to the mental health practitioners, right? The health practitioners, the expert in dealing with mental illness and people who are suffering with mental conditions. We did not expect this. And then we have all kind of theories going around the globe saying that, oh, this thing came from China, oh, it came from this place, and it came from that. And what happened? People started to stigmatize. Chinese people walk about the place, people started attacking them. This group walk about the place, people started attacking them for no reason. All because we decided that, oh, we're going to go out there and we're going to just throw this out there and say it's the Chinese. But deep inside, we're dealing with a pandemic. Years gone by, we had pandemics, right? And those times weren't as that developed as these times in terms of care, in terms of medication, all these things. And they got through that. Right? They got through it. And I wanna just extend a heartfelt thank you to the Cayman Islands administration, right? For keeping it wit, for closing this island, for making that call on that moment when we had the opportunity. And that's why we are here today, ladies and gentlemen, because of the decision that they made, okay? People might say, oh, this one have a fine life and this one is quite comfortable. I'm not here for that. I do not even know what the job of a premier is because I'm not. But what I can tell you is a very hard task. I do not know what the job of a minister of health is because it's a hard task. So do I'm a health worker. I cannot say what Ms. Lizette's job is, but I know she's an awesome person, right? And these people are unique in their own way. Shouldn't we accept them? A child can find it very hard and difficult when he or she is being told to, oh, why can't you not, or why don't you want to do this? Why don't you want to change your major to become an aeronautic engineering, other than becoming a chef, a world-renowned chef? That child, it's okay for that child to become that, but that child will not become that for who they are because of who you want them to be. That's why that child will become that engineer. So, in essence, if we do not accept and prepare ourselves to accept our children and our child for who he or she might be or who they choose to, and this choosing is a word we want to highlight today. I would like to highlight the word choosing or choice. Why did this child choose to be this, right? Sometimes, like I said before, the young lady said, sir, why do I have to get the odd number and trying to switch herself into another position which the numbers are even, right? There and then you know that that child might have been encountered some form of negativity where somebody said to them, and it happens. Several times we have children coming up to Miss Gary, somebody told me this. And I said, okay, we will get through this, okay? They're just saying that to you because they don't know how. They don't have another way to approach you and to address you. So they're saying that. But what are you going to do? You're going to change yourself for that person? You shouldn't. You shouldn't. I grew up in South America, just on the Amazon basin, and I grew up in a tribal system, right? Where if I say something and it was out of that tribal practices or out of the tribal acceptance, then I'm having problems. They might have taken me down in the back of the bushes to sleep there for the next week. But hear what? I still endeavor to be the person that I want to be. Because I knew right there and then, we had economical crisis, and I want to see another side of the world. I want to see what it is. So I had to break, even if it has to take me to break tribal practices and tribal customs, I will do it. In my life, I work for an organization such as UNICEF, right? Going just about a lot of places. Some places that I just can't recall. What was mainly to support, because UNICEF, UNICEF primarily task is to help children or helping our young people to have a better life, to have choices, right? Which some of them are being denied because of cultural practices or because of cultural norms, Ladies and gentlemen, today some of us are still living in those cultural norms where we think that children do not have the right to say, or they don't have the choice to say. They should be seen and not heard. We have to move away from that. We are living in a global pandemic right now. What is going to happen when your child comes home a day and said, "Oh, mom, something is wrong," or "I have decided to do X, Y, and Z"? What are you going to do? They are suffering just as we are. And this has nothing to do with how professional you are and how, expert you are, because the global pandemic actually hit all of us. You know the great Ernest Hemingway, he said that the world has broken us all. You ever heard that? And each and every one of us inside here, we can relate to that. He said the world has broken us all. But afterwards, we are stronger in those broken places. We are going to be strong. We are going to rise above the occasion. And if it has to take time, then allow time to exist. I remember in one of my missions with with UNICEF, I actually was placed on the Brazilian border where there was a group of orphans who were orphaned by the Catholic faith. But then there was also a faction of guerrilla who were on the other side that uses these kids as pawns to negotiate between the government and negotiate between other players who probably might have had money to fund their organization. And I was placed as a young missionary, and that's where probably UNICEF realized they scout out my ability to do certain things. So what I did, I used that position. I used the position of being a young missionary, and I went to work with the people in the churches. Some of these kids, they were abused, physical abuse. Some of them lost their parents by violence. Some of them parents were placed in front of them and shot, or done away with, as they may say. But at night, I, that young missionary boy, used to go out and take women and children and sneak them across the border to grant them their freedom. I mean, some people might have asked, why did I do that? Because I grew up in a system where people's freedom was constricted. You weren't allowed to be yourself. Can you imagine if I had accepted staying back in a tribe and saying, okay, well, whatever it is? No. So one morning my grandmother woke up and she didn't saw me. Because I went. I was able to go to school, because going to school for tribal people wasn't really a necessity. They didn't see any importance in that. But to a child who just wants to know what else is behind the walls. Like I always say to some children, behind the walls of some people's beliefs about you, there are numerous things to discover. Behind the walls of even your own entertainment of negativity, there's much to know. A lot of positive things you can actually do to be yourself. And forget about those who do not accept you. Because when you do positive things, it shatters the stereotype that people brings before you, that they carries to you. If they want to call you names, that is fine. I know that some people in this world, some people came in the world unequipped to handle certain things that comes their way. And we understand that. Hence we have these specialist people, we have these experts who are child psychologists, we have the people who are deeply trained and equipped to deal with mental health problems. But we must not stray, we must not miss the fact that we must allow a child, allow the youths to be themselves. We have to. Because if we continue to say to them, I just don't understand you. I don't know why you choose this. You're going to lose them. And let me say this, and I'm not negatively saying this, but one child lost in a community is one child too much. It is one child too much. We should not, or no parents should have the right to be going and lay their child or pass the last rites over their child's body. It should not. And we know that from growing up. Right? We know that. But then some of us do understand that decisions that we make today will shape our children's future tomorrow. A few days ago, I was listening to a program, a local program, and the lady who was moderating the programs, she had about 4 people in there, and she said, you know, one of the things that we used to do as Caymanians, that's the Caymanian community, we had a lot of storytelling. We had a lot of, you know, when the older seamen would come back home, they would sat around and then they would have a nice meal and then we would do storytelling. Those are some of the things that actually helps to keep a family together and to understand your child and to give your child that chance and that right of choice. The right to say, okay, Mom, to open up to you now and say, Mom, okay, well, I'm going to take this opportunity to tell you this. On my profile, I stated that I like to dance. I like to do this. You know why I like to do that? Because there are times in your life where you will have to drop all your defense and all your armor that you have and become that child. Go down to their level. You use social media and you have a WhatsApp. Your son have a WhatsApp. You WhatsApp him before you get home and say, how about taking out X from the freezer so that we can prepare a meal together. And those are some of the things that help. It breaks the stereotype and it allows a child to open up to you. Many times I will talk to young people and they say, oh, Mr. Garrett, they just don't understand me. And they say they help him, but that's not helping. So before, I actually highlighted help versus support. Sometimes we use the word a little bit too excessive. Helping. It's a good thing. But we have to start using things like supporting a child, other than just saying to the child, oh, let me help you. Because can you imagine a child set out to do a project and you're putting in all the little dots and filling in all the little detail. You're actually diminishing that child's ability. You're diminishing the child's power to complete or to do what he or she has to do. Then eventually you find that they start locking away in the room because you're not really listening. You're not paying attention. You just want to get it over with, so you say, let me help you. But that's not the approach. So in some cases, what I'm trying to say, children do not need our help, they need our support. Support is more of a word that you're behind them. That resounding statement where you say, you know what, I'm going to be behind you no matter what you choose. I'm going to be with you no matter what path you set on. I am going to be with you because it is my job, it is my duty. Needless to say this, I have a son who is autistic, and Miss Shannon can tell you the kind of father I was. I mean, I'm not here to toot my horn. When my son insurance, and thank you for those young people who highlighted things like mental health insurance. Honorable Minister, Health Minister, and I know that you're totally in agreement with it because I see yes, that is something that we really, really need to understand that it is much needed. One day, Ms. Shannon's office called me and said, Mr. Gary, the insurance company stopped your son's insurance. I said, okay. But I went over to the office and I said, what happened? She said, I don't know. So I went down to the insurance company. And the lady came out and she said, Mr. Garvey, it appears like we're not covering that. And I said, what? What do you mean that? This is a child we're talking about here. A child who has a condition that he requires help. And the only way he can get help, because it's very pricey and costly, is by that insurance. So now you're telling me that, oh, I'm not saying that, but maybe you want to check. I said, no. What I want is for my son to be given care. And the insurance that I took out, or the insurance that I applied for, I want that insurance company. I want you to show me that you're willing and you're ready to cover people with mental illness. And when I speak here now, it's not only for my son, but it's for the numerous numbers of other children and people who are suffering with mental conditions that cannot afford insurance, cannot afford to go and get help. And because of that, some of them, they regresses and they become more ill. all because of the decision not to cover a mental health person because of the mental condition. So we have to move away from those kind of things. Those are stigmas. And stigma is something that, it's the blinded thing that a lot of people don't want to acknowledge, but it is happening. Stigma, you have stigmas in family, you have stigmas in community, close circles, you have stigmas. What is wrong with this child? Why can't this child be like that like the others, right? Then what happened? We have a child start to hide behind a hoodie, or the child starts to lock away in the room. And these things, we shouldn't accept these things. I have worked with a lot of kids in settings such like refugee camps. And if anybody had the opportunity of being in a refugee camp, we know exactly what we're dealing with. I was talking to Dr. Lang a short while ago. And like I said, as a young man, I've seen quite a bit of stuff, but I did not take it negatively. I used that, and I am going to continue using it to fight for this cause, to fight for a cause that people are blinded by, or they refuse to acknowledge that we're having a situation in our hands that we need to take care of it. Women would show up with their child and say, this had happened to this child yesterday, that happened to this child. I mean, while I wasn't there as one of the experts in mental health, but that's where I actually opened up my eyes and I said, this is too much. This is way too much. So, ladies and gentlemen, my mission, and it also can be your responsibility, because all of us has a responsibility to protect our children. UNICEF have their team, and they have their mission statement, and it all have to do with protecting a child, protecting the rights of a child, protecting the image of a child, protecting child protection. Basically, that's what it is. And I fought, and I endeavor, and I'm still working with the agency, my work at HSA. There's always something to do when it comes to a child and their mental condition. We can't. We're adults. We were built for when a child come crying to say to us, okay, to say to them what happened. Not only are we there to question, sometimes we question too much. A child come and, what's going on with him again? Or we don't have time. We come in a little bit too late. But hear what? We are in a global pandemic now, and a lot of people are working from home, or during that lockdown period, a lot of people were placed at home to do their work. I am not saying that you should leave your work and put every time in that child because you're a professional person you have, but then that was an opportunity. It is still an opportunity, a window of opportunity where we can relate to our children, where we can have more time with them as parents. Watching the clock, ladies and gentlemen. Just before I leave here, I want to echo and charge every resident, because I know people are watching us on live stream, to make an effort, to make that effort. It's either you advocate, either you work, you represent, maybe through your office or your profession, you have that clout, you have that ability to do something for our youth in mental health. I did not know how to raise myself after getting the news of a child passing, because I do have children. It's something hard to deal with. But then I knew that I had a mission to come here and to speak to you about children and their mental health, and what can we do to support those children. So ladies and gentlemen, if you want to do something, you want to make an impact, let us start by removing the stigma, by being silent, and by acting as we don't know what to do, and by being afraid to say something, because if what? Many of us travel and they have these big lines that highlight, if you see something, say something. Same goes for mental health. Say something about it. Stand up and represent your children. Stand up and represent our children in the community. So ladies and gentlemen, I bid you good afternoon, and thank you once again. Thank you to the Alex Panton Foundation. We got good news. I'm hearing now that the Youth Mental Health Hub will be partnering with Alex Panton Foundation, and there is never a good thing. So, Honorable Premier, thank you to you, Mrs. Jean Panton, and to the entire audience. Thank you, Ms. Lizette. I also express the HSC have their resource department, the mental health department, and now we're getting the youth mental health department, so access those cares. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Thank you, Mario, for sharing those thoughts. Indeed, we are all unique, and we all just yearn that acceptance and respect and the opportunity, and we can, show what we are capable of. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce Isaias Pascual, and again back to our stage, our Janari Lumley, who will be giving LGBTQ research data presentation. While they're coming to the stage, I want to acknowledge Cavell Cahong DeFos of the Alex Panton Foundation's Clinical and Education Committee. Can you just give us a little wave? Hi, Cavell. Thank you very much. Cavell was responsible for the research that was put in to this presentation. So thank you very much, Cavell. And join me now in welcoming Isaias and Jaderi.
Good afternoon again, everyone. Me and my partner Isaias will be presenting on the data that was collected from the focus group that was held last year. This research and focus group was facilitated by APF's LGBTQ+ community outreach clinical lead, clinical psychologist, Ms. Cavell Hong De Fos. Our objectives that we want to get through in this presentation today is discussing the project background, the focus group discussion, how the data was collected, the themes identified, creating a safer space in the community, our conclusion, and proposing a future plan. The project background. APF's committee wanted to support these individuals, and they did it by a community intervention, by acknowledging these young people and the community and their barriers that they face within accessing mental health services. And to do that, they wanted to collect data in the Cayman Islands specifically. And it is very sad that people who identify in this community have a 2 to 6 times chance of attempting suicide or having depression. The aim of this focus group was to improve easy access and better quality mental care for these individuals. And to do that, they wanted to understand the specific needs that needed to be met and wanted to collect data based on those needs. For the focus group, it was a total of 5 participants, 4 females, 1 male, within the age range of 15 to 16 years old. Only one session was held, which was approximately 90 minutes, which was guided by 3 questions, which was based on their experience of being LGBT, the concerns with accessing mental health support, and how we can create a better safe space and safer space for them. The method of analysis was through audio recordings of the session, which was then analyzed using thematic analysis, which did have a limitation because only 4 out of the 5 participants were clearly revealed. Processing and analyzing of data was through transcribing, coding, generating, defining, and identifying themes. And of the 6 themes were uncertainty of identity in the LGBT community, stereotyping and discrimination in the Cayman Islands, misinformation in the media, perceived support, distrust of authority figures, and barriers and challenges and perceived support. I will now be handing over the rest of the presentation to Isaias.
Hi everyone, my name is Isaiah Pasquale, and I'll be talking about the themes identified during the focus group, how we can create a safe space for people of the LGBTQ community, the conclusions we drew from the focus group, and the proposed plan to assist these people from the LGBTQ community. So, one of the themes identified was uncertainty about identifying. Participants had difficulty with identifying whether they are in or are on the fringe of the LGBTQIA+ community. One participant was able to disclose fully that they are LGBTQIA+ and continue to struggle with issues to do with acceptance and or family reaction. Great discussion was surrounding identity issues, both about themselves and within the community itself. Another theme identified was stereotyping and discrimination. Participants identified triggers that they describe as offensive. They feel as if some phrases are used to stereotype and discriminate against the LGBTQ community. For example, simply calling one gay for no reason or something gay for no reason. One participant even expressed being angry at straight people, whilst another stated that they felt spiteful and wanting to be rebellious. Another theme highlighted was misinformation. Participants believe that the mainstream society do not try to understand the LGBTQ community and thus is either misinformed, have many biases, which are mostly moral biases, or just hold fast to their preconceived understandings of the community and its conflicts with Christianity. Another theme highlighted was perceived support. Participants believe that there needs to be a safe space for persons of the LGBTQ community. From the conversation, it could not be determined that the participants were elaborating for the entire community, but rather for the school community. Sentiments were expressed that groups already exist in the high school for support to students who are LGBTQ, and there are some teachers who are seen as supportive. From the discussion, it also seems that the topic of LGBTQIA+ forms a part of a both formal and informal discussion or setting at the school among both teachers and students. Another theme highlighted was distrust of experts or professionals. Participants believe that within the school setting, counselors do not provide much help because of their religious backgrounds, particularly Christians or pastors or church-oriented individuals. This is due to their belief systems and the beliefs that they hold on LGBTQ, which prevents them from sympathizing, empathizing, or otherwise assisting with students who are of the LGBTQ community. They have reported that in-school counseling was simply not working. It can be concluded that they are fearful to share about that sexuality with Christians and are looking for people they can trust. They express that they feel safer with agnostics. The reason for this is that an agnostic is an individual who does not really believe in anything, or they're not sure what to believe in. Therefore, they're not oriented with any religion. Therefore, they are more neutral to conversations such as LGBTQ. Another theme highlighted was barriers and perceived solutions. The perceived concerns or barriers to accessing mental health services such as counseling or other forms of therapy are hypervigilance, which is the constant state of being aware or being hypersensitive to threats in one's environment. So as it relates to the LGBTQ community, always having to look over your shoulder, having to act a certain way or fit into a certain social standard. Now, this leads into the fear and feeling that they would be discriminated against for their behavior or their actions, the way they look, the people they choose to hang around with. But at the same time, there's pressure from the community itself to come out. Coming out is the process by which someone of the community accepts, acknowledges, and eventually reveals their sexuality without fear. But this is a difficult process. It happens for everyone at their own time. It should happen for everyone at their own time, and no one should be forced to do it immediately. However, this does create some pressure when approaching family or friends or even parents about their sexuality or for fear about being discriminated against or simply not being loved anymore. How do we create a safe space for people of this community? We can do this by providing a list of therapists or specialists who are willing to open to help persons who are of the LGBTQ community. To address the issue of crisis with gender identity, provide guidelines or protocols for counseling and other professionals on how to respond respectfully in helping students and other persons in the community. APF can help support, probably virtually, a group to help members of the community be more knowledgeable of issues pertaining to the LGBTQIA and how to effectively respond to society, especially those who are opposed to the community. In conclusion, conflict between being a part of the LGBTQIA+ community and seeking help from a therapist or otherwise any other specialist does exist. There's a substantive element of the discussion seems to focus on defining or justifying being LGBTQ. We concluded that the focus group was helpful in pointing out the uncertainty with which the participants view the issue of LGBTQ in the Cayman Islands and served to highlight the role of the misinformation, fear, anger, distrust, and other negative emotions in participants' perceptions. Some possible options for creating a safe space for LGBTQ and making mental health services accessible were suggested. These were: more data needs to be collected primarily. More data needs to be gathered from young persons by conducting more focus groups like the one that we held. More information from the older population through stakeholders is also needed. More data on mental health issues experienced by the LGBTQ community is also needed. Additionally, using inclusion platforms to educate and create safe spaces for young allies. An ally is someone who is not of the community themselves, but still supports the community. Support groups in schools led by young persons to assist with the dissemination of data need to be held. Virtual platforms, including social media, to advertise, educate, and provide support groups for young people, which are relatable and confidential, were suggested. Finally, campaigns focused on sensitizing parents and professionals. Parallel work involving parents and other care providers, such as teachers, school counselors, or therapists, can be targeted at providing workshops to schools, PTAs, and public places to help inform the population. That is all, everyone. Thank you so much for listening, and have a good day.
Thank you very much, Jadari and Isaiah. And thanks again to Cavell for conducting that research project. As we heard from one of the earlier presenters, that it's important for us to seek to understand our youth and to make them feel cared for. Is there someone with a mic? Ms. Deirdre would like to make one quick comment before we move on. Thank you. Right in the front.
Thanks. My older brother is gay, and he left this island 31 years ago because the tolerance then, there was no tolerance. I shouldn't say the tolerance then, because there was no tolerance. I'm not so sure that the tolerance has changed in the last 30 years. I think more people together who have decided to say, this is who I am, is where the tolerance has been created amongst themselves. And then I'm concerned, because if we are to love as God says to love, why would children want to be afraid of those who are Christians? And that concerns me, because that was one of the things that they said. And I hope that today, when I ran that last piece that says God loves us and that we are not alone, that they understand that God truly loves us and that they will reach out, and to know that I would never discriminate, even as a Christian, against a child who feels that they have something that's different. And I want that message to be told to those young people, that they have to find persons who do not discriminate And Ms. Deidre's here to help you do that, because it's very, very difficult to grow up not feeling loved in a community that should love and accept you for who you are.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that comment. Yes, it's incredibly important for them to feel loved and not judged. Thank you so much for those comments. Now, I'd like to welcome to the podium our final speaker, Ms. Haley Robinson, who is founding member and deputy chairperson of the Alex Panton Foundation, to provide some closing remarks. Thank you, Haley.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Lizette, for introducing me. And thank you to all of our incredible speakers and panelists. Your vulnerability and insight is invaluable to our mission, and we appreciate your willingness to educate our community. I would like to conclude today by sharing the resources the Alex Panton Foundation currently provides, and to update you all on the initiatives we are actively working to deliver in the near future. The Alex Panton Foundation was established in June 2018 as a nonprofit organization in the Cayman Islands, and since then, we have been committed to improving mental health of children and young adults in our community through, sorry, I'm having issues with this. Okay, advocacy, awareness, and support, while addressing the stigma surrounding mental illness in the Cayman Islands. Our organization is run on the kindness and generosity and support of the many organizations, charities, and professionals who partner with us. It is because of your willingness to be a part of our community and support our mission that we stand here today. We want to especially thank the Cayman Islands Crisis Center, the Family Resource Center, Inclusion Cayman, Loud Silent Voices, the National Drug Council of the Cayman Islands, and the YMCA for working so closely with the Alex Panton Foundation to develop our initiatives and resources. At the core of our foundation is a clinical model for making the changes necessary to carry out our mission. Before beginning any project, our clinical and education committee collects, inputs, and analyzes data to determine the best means to support the mental health needs of our youth population. Last year, we presented the news of our new LGBTQ+ focus group discussion. Today, with the help of our youth ambassadors, Jadari and Dahani, you now know the mental health needs and social concerns of Cayman's young people. Based on the data we have received thus far, the Alex Panton Foundation will proceed with conducting more focus group discussions facilitated by a volunteer researcher from our clinical and education committee. We are thankful to Ms. Cavell Chai Hong Delphos for conducting and analyzing the research for our first LGBTQ+ focus group discussion, and to the Perinder Foundation for supporting this initiative as our sponsor. We look forward to presenting further research on this project and to the day when we can use this invaluable data to deliver on the needs of our young people who make up the local LGBTQ+ community. As we continue to find ways to live through and with the pandemic, the Alex Panton Foundation continues to develop pathways and resources to support young people in the community. The Alex Panton Foundation offers two active and ongoing support groups, known as Breaking Barriers and Teen Talk. In May 2019, the Alex Panton Foundation launched our first peer support group for young adults. Breaking Barriers is facilitated by our beloved friend and fundraising chair, Shane Purcell, and generously sponsored by Cayman National Bank. After expanding the age limit to accommodate those 18 to 30 years old, the group now takes place every Saturday at 12 p.m. at Parcel 110. In January 2021, we initiated our second support group. Led by Dr. Sherry Smith, Teen Talk has steadily gained traction with our young crowd of 13 to 17-year-olds who are looking for an informal and safe space to share their experiences while also learning coping strategies from a mental health professional. As of next Thursday, the 24th of February, the Alex Panton Foundation will be delivering a 6-week bereavement support group. This group will be led by Ms. April Lewis at the Bethesda Counseling Center every Thursday at 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. from the 24th of February through to the 31st of March. In August 2020, the Alex Panton Foundation decided it was time to make mental health care accessible at the most basic level by offering our direct financial support where possible. With this policy, the Alex Panton Foundation is providing greater access to mental health professionals to those who would otherwise not be able to do so. We would like to thank the R3 Foundation and Greenlight Reinsurance Limited for their recent and generous donations in support of this fund. These services could not be delivered without the assistance of our partner service providers, including Aspire Therapeutic Services, Behavioral Health Associates Cayman, Chatterbox, Hope Academy Clinical Services, Infinite Mind Care, Kids Ability Ltd, On Course Cayman, and the Wellness Center. Beyond the pathways of intervention the Alex Panton Foundation has instituted, we understand that prevention is key in order to build a foundation for our young people. In August 2019, the Youth Ambassadors Program was launched by our Clinical and Education Committee and some community-oriented, bright-eyed teens with big ideas. Affectionately referred to as YAP, the Youth Ambassador Program was created to validate young people's experiences, recognize their strengths, and inform and connect them with other resources if needed. Our youth ambassadors happily and brilliantly run this program with the oversight of CIS's Bill Lamont and the support of our Clinical and Education Committee. We're extremely proud of all of our youth ambassadors, with special thanks to their current leaders, Caitlin Rooney, Isaiah Bodden, Jadari Lumney, and Monina Thompson, for initiating and pursuing so many incredible feats, including the Inclusion for All Cayman campaign and many other community-driven projects. In November 2019, the Alex Panton Foundation launched our Emotional Literacy Program, an evidence-based social and emotional learning program from the Partnership for Children UK for children 5 to 9 years old. Most impressively, we are already beginning to see a change in our students in just the little time that we've been running our program. We are so incredibly proud of and thankful to the 21 ELP instituted schools, 30 master trainers, 200 teachers, and over 3,000 brilliant, awe-inspiring students who are participating in this program, and we cannot wait to reach even more students and schools in the upcoming academic year. The Alex Panton Foundation is very thankful to our program leads, Dr. Xenia Sutro, Dr. Catherine Day, and Dr. Stephanie Edwards for the dedication to supporting young students' mental health. And we are especially grateful to the Department of Education Services for working to enroll ELP in so many of our public schools as part of the School Recovery Project in 2020. What our research and community outreach has demonstrated to us, more than anything, is the demand for greater accessibility to mental health care and services in the Cayman Islands. At our last symposium, we presented to you our new initiative, the Alex Panton Foundation Adolescent Emergency Mental Health Hub. The hub is being established in collaboration with the Cayman Islands Health Services Authority and Mental Health Commission. The hub was proposed to not only be an age-appropriate environment for our young people to seek help, but as a central, accessible location of immediate care for those in times of crisis. In the summer of 2021, we were grateful to receive the support of the Maples Group, who have since provided the funds for the hub's mobile unit vehicle. Although the hub saw further delays last year due to the pandemic, we are honored to inform you that we expect completion of the hub by the end of this year's first quarter. You may recall from last year's symposium that we presented our collaboration with the Cayman Islands Crisis Center to design a 24-hour kids helpline, inclusive of a chat line, text line, as well as a virtual psychoeducational platform. This website will provide accessible materials for young people's mental health and will be catered to readers of all ages, including children, teenagers, parents, carers, and educators. Additionally, the Kids Helpline text line will connect young people in crisis with a support agent to talk them through their concerns. This means that we can increase young people's access to free services for immediate and preventative mental health care and reduce the risk associated with this vulnerable population. We would like to thank Wheaton Precious Metals for their recent and generous donation in support of this project, which we hope will be live in the coming months. Today, we invited you to consider what it means to thrive through uncertainty. At times like this, the Alex Panton Foundation is mindful of why we do what we do for young people in our community. To all the young people sitting in our audience and watching from home, you are not alone. Even in times of uncertainty, in times of doubt and hurt and loss, there is help and there is hope. To all of you listening with someone else in mind, someone you care for, someone who needs help, you are not alone in this either. We are here for you too. It is our great purpose as a charity for young people's mental health to help connect you and your loved ones with the services, guidance, and support that you need when facing uncertain times. As we continue to grow, we are hopeful in seeing our mission through and to equip more and more young people in the Cayman Islands with the means to thrive in life and to ask for help when they need it. Thank you all for joining us today. Thank you for your time and for your compassion. We are eager and hopeful to watch the ways in which you will thrive through uncertainty alongside us, and we look forward to seeing you again next year. Also, as a reminder, our in-person attendees will be emailed an event survey on Monday. We ask you to please take the time to complete this and provide us with your valuable feedback on how we can improve our annual symposium. For those that require CME certificates, these will be available for download off of the Alex Panton Foundation website next week. There are also a few leftover lunches on the table in the foyer, so please feel free to take one as you leave. Thank you all for attending.